Good evening, everyone, and welcome to my gift-only readings this evening. We have a new guest that is going to be joining us tonight, my little parrot Rio. Seemingly he doesn't like being left in the living room when I'm doing lives. He wants to be part of the show, so meet my little parrot Rio, who will be in the background with me this evening. Good evening, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, for those who are new to my lives, let me just adjust this camera. I am the Mystic Witch, i.e. Lady Moonlight. Please type in capital letters. I am registered blind, but despite my poor vision, I do have good spiritual vision, so I guess I'm blessed with that. Tonight is gift-only readings. My free readings nights are a Tuesday and a Thursday night only, and that's free readings for everyone. Unless you're a subscriber, subscribers would always get a 2-card reading absolutely free, whether it's a gift reading or a free readings night. They also have a free reading night all to themselves on a Saturday evening as well, with subscriber only lives. So there's lots of benefits to subscribing. We also have a monthly prize draw on the last Saturday of every month for our subscribers, or for my subscribers. Hello, hello everyone. So hello, hello Roma, lovely to see you. So if I do ignore some comments, it's because I haven't seen them. I have to go really up and close and personal to see the comments, so I'm not ignoring comments when I'm busy doing readings or doing talking. I will try and catch up with as many comments as I can. Hello Susan, how are you? So Susan is a subscriber, so as I mentioned earlier on, subscribers will always get, I'm going to put Susan down for a reading. I've got Rio tonight in the background, Susan, so ignore him. If he gets too loud, he gets a little spray, but he didn't like being in the living room when I was doing lives, so we're going to try him being part of the lives today, if he's quiet, boys. So Susan, I've got your name down on the readings list. For everyone else, if you would like a reading, it is a swan gift, and that gets you 2-card readings. Subscribers will get the 2-card readings free just because they subscribe. Hello, hello everyone. Thank you for the follows. But even if you don't want a gift reading tonight, you're more than welcome to come on in, join us, have a seat and listen to some of the readings. Everyone is welcome, whether you want a gift reading or not. Tomorrow night is my free readings live. I do have a new schedule on my TikTok. So you'll know when I'm doing lives, whether it's a free reading or whether it's a swan gift reading. You'll find all the information on my website. You'll also find all the information on my website, on my TikTok profile, and you'll also find more information about me, what I do, who I am on my website. The link is in the bio. Thank you for everyone who's followed. Okay. So, because it's a gift reading only and free subscriber, I'm going to start doing card of the day as well on my profile. But it's been a hectic day today, so I thought I'll do the card of the day starting off today while I'm live with you guys. So this card is going to be a card that is for everyone. I usually shuffle the cards and I usually ask my guides to give me a card that is going to resonate with as many people that see the card as possible. The two cards that I am working with tonight are my unicorn cards and my moon cards. We've just passed a new moon, so we're heading towards a full moon. So I thought the moon cards would be lovely. Hello, hello, merry meet. Okay, so I'm going to pick a unicorn card for the card of the day, and then we are going to get started with some of the gift readings. Hello, hello, hello. And yes, I am an old traditional witch, but I'm also a medium and a starseed as well. It is a polite and positive live, and if your intentions are to come on and be anything less than positive and polite, you will be removed and blocked from the live. Okay. Hello, hello. Lovely to meet everyone. I always say, you know, it doesn't cost a thing to be kind and polite. Alrighty, let's shuffle these cards and we will see what the card of the day is for everyone. Okay. Hello everyone that's just come in. I can't always read people's names because, bear with me, I am registered blind, but I do try and read everybody's names. Hello, hello. Hello, spring. Do you know what? I'm looking forward to spring. Don't know about anybody else. Hello. Now, is it Anne B? Please, if you can, type in capitals. It helps me to see your comments a lot better, just because I am registered blind. And even with glasses, it doesn't make much difference. They have tried reading glasses. But I recently, well, I'm not saying recently, it was about 9-10 years ago, I had an eye operation that they claimed would make my poor vision better. It didn't. It went badly wrong and I lost a lot of vision. Does he love you? I will try and get some yes and no answers, but with relationship problems, as far as asking does somebody love you or do they not, you will, if you listen to your intuition, if you listen to your gut and not your head or your heart, just listen to your gut instinct. And also give eye-to-eye contact. If you want to know if somebody truly, truly loves you, I often say sometimes if you have to ask the question, does he love me? Your intuition is probably telling you that there's something not right and you maybe have to question it. Give me a second because I may have to give my little bird a little spritz, because sometimes he likes to have a little spritz. If I can find the spritz bottle. Somewhere here. There it is. Right. Spritz time. Right, quiet. Only one person at a time to do the readings. Okay, so let's, so going back, if to that question, if you need to know or you need to ask, does my partner love me, or does they not? Then the fact that we're asking that question, our intuition is probably telling us something's not right. And the best way to find out if somebody truly, truly loves you is to look them in the eye and say, right, I need to know where we stand. I need to know where this relationship's going. I love you 100%. I need that from you. And I need you to tell me that you're going to give that back 100% while looking in my eyes and be honest with it. And that I'm your only one. If they cannot give you eye-to-eye contact when you're asking that question, chances are he may not be giving his 100% the same as you are. Honey, your dad's always with you. If you got on with your dad or your mom or aunties, uncles, whoever, if you have a close bond with somebody on the earth plane and that person passes into spirit, that love carries on. That bond that you share carries on. I was close to both my mum and dad, but my father was my best friend in the whole wide world. And sadly, I lost him to cancer in 1994. But he's with me every single day, and he still gives me guidance from the other side. So in answer to, is your dad with you? If you shared a really close bond with your dad while he was still alive, yes, very much so, he is with you. Even though you may not see him or hear him, he is with you. Hello. That's a good question. Why can't people feel somebody's presence? Why can't we feel Spirit's presence when they're around us? And there's so many reasons for that. One, we may be allowing too much stress in our lives. We have 7 human chakras. They are our energy points in our body. It only takes one chakra to be blocked. Doesn't matter which chakra, from the crown chakra to the root chakra. If one chakra is blocked, it's going to have a knock-on effect with all the chakras. And especially if our crown chakra is blocked. If your crown chakra is blocked, your crown chakra is the first port of call for Spirit to be able to communicate with us, because it's at the top of our head, right? Followed by the third eye chakra. If either or both of those 2 chakras are blocked, you will not get communication from Spirit, no matter how much you try. So how do we unblock our chakras to get a clearer connection? Quite simply, you can do an earth and sky grounding meditation. I have one on my YouTube channel. You'll find the link on my website on my bio. I do a lot of meditations on my YouTube to help people to connect to ground and to connect with spirit animals, spirit guides, etc. So meditation is the first port of call, especially if you do a sky and earth one. Because the sky and earth grounding meditation, what it does is it takes away any stress that the body has got or is carrying. And it clears that stress away, shoves it down into the earth. Mother Earth then dissolves all of that stress and returns it with healing. Once that healing is done, the chakras are unblocked. If you've never done the sky and earth grounding meditation before, don't expect miracles straight away. Meditation is like any other spiritual tool. When you first start out, practice, and repetitive every day is the path to success. I have to meditate every single day to keep my channels clear. Not just as a medium, but also as a Reiki master stroke teacher as well. I need to be able to know that my chakras are clear so that I can do my work. If I had one chakra that was out of sync, I would not be able to communicate. So that is the key. But a lot of people will ask me that one question: why can I not feel my dad around me, or my gran, or my auntie, or my uncle? Right? When we are children, how many of us had imaginary friends? Right? And we may not remember that, but some of us have, or a lot of us have imaginary friends. But ask yourself, are they truly imaginary? Because we see them, right? We can even hear them as when they are imaginary friends when we are young. But are they imaginary? Or are they spirit? Chances are they are spirit. Because children have not got to the stage in adulthood where we let the world and its brother in to cause us stress. You know, they don't have to worry about bills. They don't have to worry about relationships or going to work or arguments out, you know, as adults do, etc. They are pure innocence, right? They are pure souls when we are born into this world. That's why you'll always find children explore with all their senses. You know, they'll make daisy chains and they'll smell flowers and they'll touch things. And they'll maybe like the tactile feelings. How many moms have got children that love a comfort blanket, right? Or they love to play with sand. Some people might not, some kids don't like sand. They don't like the texture. But children explore the world through their senses, through smell, through vision, through hearing, through touch. And they do so unstressed. So therefore, it makes perfect sense that they are able to communicate with spirit. It's only when we start to live in the adult world and we get caught up in the matrix of all of that, that our chakras get blocked and suddenly we lose that innocence, suddenly we lose that connection. And the only way to get that connection back is to remove the stress out of our lives. And we can do that through grounding, meditation, etc. Good evening, Belgium. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. So I hope that answered your question as to why we can't connect, why not everybody can connect to spirit. The good thing is, because I don't have a lot of physical vision and my spiritual vision is a lot clearer, I've been able to keep my chakras open since when I was young. And my guides have been guiding me all the way. I'm also a starseed. Now, if anyone doesn't know much about starseeds are universal beings that are having a human existence on this earth. Very similar to indigo children, earth angels. When Mother Earth is in peril and people are sleeping because they're getting caught up in the negative matrix, which is an unrealistic world, then they bring in the starseeds, the indigo children, etc., etc., the earth angels. And our sole purpose is to guide through readings, through sending healing the earth, sending healing into the universe, etc., etc. So I've been able to connect with the spirit realms since I was a child, and I've never been able to lose that. So it's more complicated than it looks. The universe is vast, and we are only one, this earth is only one small, minute dot in the vastness of the universe. Thank you for the follows, everyone. Okay, let's do the card of the day, and then we've got Susan, who is a subscriber. So the readings tonight, if you're a subscriber, you get 2 cards absolutely free. If you are a non-subscriber, to get a 2-card reading, it is a swan gift. Okay, but I'm going to do a general free card of the day. I'm going to start doing these on my profile, but from today, from tomorrow. But today I thought, do you know what? While we're live, why not just do a card of the day live? Enlightenment is today's card of the day, and this is a general card for everyone, so it may resonate with you and it may not. If it doesn't resonate with you, the message isn't for you, but if it resonates with you, the message is for you. Enlightenment. Look from the highest perspective to see the divine in everyone. Look from the highest perspective to see the divine in everyone. Right? I love this card because we all are so different, right? And we live in a negative world, and everybody's trying to compete with everybody else. Everybody feels that they, we have people that bully or who are narcissistic or who are abusive, but yet we also have people that are kind-hearted, loving. Come on, you, settle down. Kind-hearted and loving. And these two contrasts, in the whole scheme of things, we are all one species, right? We are all human beings, right? Ultimately, we have got a choice. Do we want to follow the light path or the dark path? There's always yin and yang, right? And there's a good side to everyone and there's a bad side to everyone. Some people choose, and this is where it's important to know, some people choose to follow the negative or the dark side because they like the feeling of power, they like the feeling of ego or control, right? So when they are bringing somebody down through harassment, through bullying, through abuse, it makes them feel good. And also, to see somebody else being brought down makes them feel even better. Now, why is that, right? And you might be thinking, well, they must be pure evil. Not necessarily. Remember, we don't know what's going on in everyone else's lives. And sometimes people go through traumas in their lives. It could be through childhood trauma, it could be through childhood abuse, etc. It could be from wrong relationships, right? And it could stem back through their family tree, through their family circle. And they don't know what their ancestors went through, but it's in their genes, it's in their higher self, their higher self, etc. They could carry it over into this life from a past life issue and not even know it. Because when we live a past life and we come back into this life, we still have our memories that come back as deja vu. Right? So it may be stemming from that, and maybe stemming from trauma, etc. I don't like anything tight round my neck. I never have, like chokers, etc. And it was only when I delved into my past life that I realised that I was a witch in a past life as well, and many witches were burned or hung. So it made sense, total sense to me. I was one of these witches in past life that were sadly hung for their beliefs. Luckily today they don't do that. But it made sense to me then why I don't like anything too tight round my neck, such as chokers. I don't like these polar neck jumpers that you get, etc., etc. Some people have a fear of water and they don't know why. Maybe in a past life they drowned. Some people may just be narcissistic or controlling or abusive because maybe in the past life they were that nature in a past life and they're carrying it on in this life. They may also be going in some kind of trauma in this life. So many people that are in bad relationships, for example, right? To see somebody else in a really good, loving, kind relationship while they are going through hell, it's not going to make them feel good, is it? So a lot of the time, people that are going through abuse or through trauma, it's easier for them to bring somebody else down that is happy than it is for them to say, I'm really pleased for you. And it's only when they can get out of their negativity, it's only when they can get out of their problems and issues that are going around in theirs, rather than trying to strip somebody else down to size, that's when they can change their lives around for the better. Sadly, not everybody wants to do that. Sadly, some people just they don't know anything but being in an abusive relationship. They think that that is love. I know that from bitter experience. I spent 30 years with a narcissistic child abuser. Obviously, when I met him, I didn't know he was a child abuser. They don't have child abuser or narcissist written on their forehead when you meet them. And most narcissists or abusers don't come with warning labels either. They come with saying the right things, doing the right things to lure you in until you get married, and then you have your first child. And then bit by bit by bit, their true colours come out. And sometimes that can be years before you even notice it. So there are many reasons why some people are dark and others are light. And that's just one of them. So when this card is asking us to look at the bigger picture, especially for our enemies that are maybe causing us harm or grief, ask yourself, why is it that they are doing that? Also, if somebody is spreading rumours about somebody else and saying to you, oh, don't follow that person, or don't talk to that person because that person is X, Y, and Z, and you decide to follow that person's lead and not talk to that person, even though you think, well, I don't see anything wrong with them, but if you say that they're bad, then I'll follow you. Why would you do that? Right? That person may be abusing the person that they're asking you to stay away from. And in you following them makes you just as bad as them. I always say, never ever judge a book by its cover. Get to know the person yourself first and foremost. And if somebody is telling you something bad about a person that you've just met, and they're trying to put you off from befriending or getting to know that person even better, don't listen. Find it out for yourself. Get to know them yourself. And you'll probably find that they're not the person that your friend or whoever is trying to put you off them is saying. I know that from pure experience as well, because when I left my ex, rather than him tell the truth, he made me out to be the narcissist. He made me out to be the abuser, etc., etc. And people judged me on his say-so, because a lot of abusers and a lot of narcissists have good jobs, right? They have a car and money, and they are nicey, very helpful to the outside world, but behind closed doors, they are monsters. So, of course, when things go wrong for them, and the people that they are abusing, or their wife or their husband that they are abusing, walks out of their life, they go into panic mode, and they go into self-preservation mode. So when people ask, oh, why did your wife walk out on you? Oh, because she was cheating. Or because, I chucked her out because she was, the worst wife from hell. She abused me every day, right? They will twist and turn what they are doing onto the person that just walked out of their lives. But it doesn't stop there. They will still try and control that person even though that person's left. I know that for a fact. I've been with my fiance now for 8.5 years, and my ex still tries to find out where I am, or tries to get messages through my autistic son, etc., through him or his daughter, who is also an abuser, and they fail every time. And you would think, right, 8.5 years on, you know, I've divorced him, I've moved on with my life, I'm due to get married this year to my soulmate. You would think he would move on, right? He didn't. In fact, shortly after I left him, I was told that he told his new girlfriend, I wish my wife was still with me. Go figure, right? Why would you tell a new girlfriend that you are still in love with your wife when you're with that person? It's just crazy. So the true path to enlightenment is to avoid negative people, but understand them as well. You know, if somebody's being nasty or negative to you, somebody is telling untruths about you, rather than being nasty back, ask yourself, why are they doing that? What's going on in their life that makes them feel that they have to attack me when I've done absolutely nothing wrong with them, right? And then once you've found that out, do you know what? Wish them well and just say, do you know what? I wish you would see me in a better light, but you don't. So I wish you well with your life, and I carry on with mine. There's not one bit of negativity in that sentence. And you know, the last thing that I did with my ex is forgave his actions towards me, because they were his actions, they were his words, not mine. So he is totally responsible for his words and actions. I'm not. I'm responsible for my own words and actions and my own thoughts. So I choose to keep my thoughts, words and actions positive, because I know through bitter experience that karma will return what you put out. So if you put out negativity towards other people, karma is going to give you it back threefold. But if you put love and kindness out, karma gives you that in threefold too. So when we look at spiritual levels and we want to connect to source, we want to communicate with spirit, we want to connect with the universe, we want to be able to have a deeper connection with our loved ones in spirit. The way to do that is by raising your vibration. How do we do that? By turning away from all things negative. Negativity, hate, ego, jealousy, control, narcissistic behaviors, etc. They are all low vibrations. And while you're in that low vibrations, you will not be able to connect. Your chakras will be solidly blocked. When you start to love yourself unconditionally and forgive the wrongs of others and walk away from the wrongs of others and walk away from negativity and change negative thoughts, words and actions into positive ones, you raise your vibrations. You become less stressed. You become less worried. And you clear your chakras by doing meditations and grounding, etc. And that leaves you with that feel-good factor as well. When you're working at the higher vibration as well, you can see the whole picture. And rather than judge people that are harsh to you, you can maybe try in your own small way of healing them. And if they don't accept the healing, you ask the universe to heal them and you walk away and allow the universe to do its thing. But you see the bigger picture. So if this card resonates with you, and if you feel that the whole world has been against you, you know, and you maybe feel bad, or you want to lash out at the people that have hurt you in the past, and then you're wondering why you can't connect or why everything is going wrong. One of the most common comments that I get is, I feel I've been cursed because nothing goes right in my life. right? Think about that sentence. I feel cursed and I feel I'm unlucky. What are you telling the universe? I'm unlucky. I'm cursed. Right? So the universe is going to give you exactly what you've just put out. Okay, so you're unlucky, so let's give you more of unlucky. But if you turn around and say to yourself, okay, the past has maybe been unlucky, but you know what? Starting from today, I'm going to rule out all negative thoughts, negative words, negative actions. If I hear myself thinking a negative thing, I'm going to reverse it and change it into a positive. And when you start doing that and you start doing daily affirmations and you start counting the blessings of the things that you do have in your life rather than things that you don't, you work at a higher vibration and you can see the whole picture. So I hope that card of the day resonates with some of you tonight in tonight's readings. I'm so glad it does. Hello, Tamara. Lovely to meet everyone. Oh, thank you. My eyes are different. I was born that way. I often think, I've always known I'm a starseed. Since I was a child, I always knew I was different. I was blind as a child and couldn't see a thing, but I could see spirit. I could connect with spirit. I could see things. I can astral travel to different realms, etc. So I've always known that I was different. Hence why when I was in primary school or in school, I got a lot of bullying because my eyes were different. Children can be so cruel sometimes. But I was happy despite all the bullying because I was happy in being the girl in the corner of the playground, just meditating, doing my own thing. I used to love scrapbooking, so I would take my scrapbook to school and I would just sit in the corner of the playground, just do my scraps or whatever I wanted to do. Sometimes I was just talking to spirit in my own mind because they were always my best friends and they still are. But, not once did I hate the ones that were bullying me because I knew it was because I was different. I knew it was because they just didn't understand. It was lack of understanding. I have a lot of people that have called me names in the past because of my different eyes. I don't really care. I love who I am unconditionally. And I love the fact that I've got different eyes from everybody else. That makes me unique. That makes me special and that makes me different. And, if you're coming into my life, as many sometimes do, and you're being nasty about my eyes, that's your opinion of me. Your opinion of me doesn't really count as far as I'm concerned because I'm happy with who I am. I'm happy being me. And if you're coming into my life to be negative about who I am and what I do, etc., good thing about social media, they've got a button and it's called block. So I always block them, which is why you'll always find my lives are always positive. I don't have any room in my life for negativity. There's too much negativity in the world without having to add more. So if your intention is to come on to my lives and be negative, as soon as I see that comment, you just get blocked. I don't even give you a warning. I just block. I'm done. I just don't go into that. Just because I don't work with negative. I can't work with negative because if I was to work with negative energy, I wouldn't be able to communicate with spirit, guides, etc. and give you the readings that I do tonight. Thank you. Hello, Diane. And Diane knows me all too well. Diane, I'm going to put you on the readings list because Diane is my subscriber. So that's a little bit of the card of the day today. I know it's a bit long-winded, but I was also answering other people's questions. But yeah, so let's start this list. Let's start my readings list. Okay. You know what? We're going to go onto a fresh page. Let's go onto a fresh page. Because we have got Susan and then we've got Diane. Now for anyone that would like a 2-card reading, all my readings are a 2-card reading tonight. Subscribers would get a 2-card reading free. So Susan, or Pfeiffer Susan, gets 2 cards. Diane is the next one on the list to get 2 cards. If you're not a subscriber, 1 Swan gift would get you added onto my readings list for a 2-card reading. My free readings nights are a Tuesday and a Thursday. All readings are free then. I've got a brand new schedule on my profile, and all information about me, what I do, etc. is also on my website, which again, the link is on my profile as well. Hello everyone. Hello Kelly. Yay, Kelly's in the room as well. Okay, so I'm going to put Kelly down as well because Kelly is a subscriber, so she automatically gets put on the readings list. So Kelly for 2 cards. So that's a little bit about me. We've done the card of the day. The names I've got, if I've missed any of my subscribers, I always know my subscribers because they've got beautiful glowing yellow badges with cat on them. If I've missed any subscribers' comments or any subscribers have come into the room and I've missed them, then please give me a shout so that I can add you on the list, because subscribers always do get a 2-card reading free. So I've got Susan, Pfeiffer Susan, got Diane, and I've got Kelly down. So the 2 cards that I've got tonight, 2 decks that you can choose from, are the Moon cards and the Magic Unicorn cards. So Susan, starting with you, my lovely, what 2 cards would you like? Hello, Sweden. Not far from, just over the pond from Scotland. I'm in Scotland. Okay, 2 moon cards for Susan. Okay, let's grab our moon cards and we will pick 2 cards for Susan. So for everyone that's joining us, I do have a brand new schedule, and that schedule will be the same every week. Monday, Wednesday and Fridays is gift only readings. So a Swan gift gets you 2 cards. Whoops. And the cards are starting to fly out the deck already. Okay. So Spirit have already chosen 1 card for you because they've thrown it out of the deck. So I'm going to keep shuffling and see. They did that on Saturday. We had a subscribers only live reading on Saturday. And one of my guides loves to just stop me shuffling by chucking a card out of the deck. And that happened live on my subscriber only readings night. Not just once, but several times. One lady even got 3 cards because they decided to chuck 3 cards instead of 2. Okay, so let's pick your second card. I have powerful guides, and sometimes, depending on which guide comes through to help me with my readings, Sometimes it's my Native American guide, and she just loves to toss the cards. It's like you don't have to shuffle and split. I will just chuck the card out of the deck that you need, or that person needs. Okay, let's pick your second card. Okay, so we've got your 2 cards. So the card that was literally thrown out of the pack, a time to give rather than to take, is your first card, and it's a new moon in Virgo. Your second card, luck is now on your side. All right, luck is now on your side, and it's the new moon in Sagittarius. So 2 new moons, and we've just kind of gone through or gone past the new moon. So we're in a brand new new moon heading up to a full moon. So it's a time that we let go of the things that we don't no longer need in our lives, and make way for brand new things coming into the fray, brand new possibilities, etc. I always say it's a time for spring clean. It's a moon cycle cleanse. Always remove the things that no longer serve you, either from the present or the past, or both, and then make way for the things that you want to manifest in your life from the new moon leading up to the full moon. And then on a full moon, you're ready to manifest the things that you want in your life. So now that we're heading towards that full moon, it's a time to give rather than take, right? This isn't just about the past. I know that you've gone through a lot of tough times in the past, and a lot of people have hurt you. You've especially been hurt in the recent days, but you've kind of got over that a little bit, even though the other person is still causing ripples, right? But you know what? You've gave him everything that you can give. There's no more to give him. So it's closing the door on that. But sometimes what we forget to do is, when we are hurt, we build barriers and we stop love from going out to others. But more importantly, we stop others' love coming in from us. And that is what we should never try and do. We should never break down our barriers because we've been hurt. We should keep those barriers down. Learn the lesson from the person that hurt us, i.e., okay, do you know what? I gave him everything and he gave me nothing in return, apart from heartache, abuse and control. So just because he's done that doesn't mean to say you don't stop giving. You're a giver. You're one of life's givers and gifters, and you're one of life healers. If somebody's hurting, you want to make them feel better. If somebody, is got an issue, whether it's an addiction, whether it's a health issue, you want to make them better, right? That's not a bad thing, right? We should have a time where we know that we can give, but we should also balance that out with the ones that are taking everything that you've got to give and giving you nothing back in return. Never stop being a giver is the message of this card. You've got rid of the past hurt, right? And you've got rid of the past relationship that was controlling and hurtful. That's gone, right? And hopefully you've blocked everything about him. So it's new beginnings. So you start again and you learn to know who the people you can give. and who's the people that you give less to, right? You already will know the people to avoid, such as the same type of personality as the gentleman that's just left out of your life, right? Lesson learned, right? Those people with sort of addictions, etc., that promise you the world and promise that they will change, etc. They never do, right? There's always three in a relationship. There's you, them, and the addiction. So you already know, okay, if it's somebody that has an issue or an addiction of some kind, or they've got an ongoing problem, I know not to give my 100% to that person because I'm wasting my time and my energy on it. But the people that lift you up, that praise you, and to give you all the love that you need, not just what they need, that's the ones to give to, right? That's the ones to share your love. You know, respect has to be earned. Love has to be earned, right? And if somebody's coming at you with hate, don't give. Walk away. But if somebody is understanding, then yes, continue giving, because you're one of the world's earth angels that like to give and like to see the good in everyone. But seeing the bigger picture and knowing that not everybody in this world is good at heart, that's going to help you to judge the ones that you can give and the ones that you can't. Now that you've kind of got rid of the wrong person in your life, you can get back to being who you are. It's a time to give. So keep giving. Don't block the world and its brother out just because of one bad experience. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it will happen. You know, tell yourself, you know, that there is somebody out there. Okay, this person didn't give me anything. They took and gave me nothing back in return. So 2023, tell yourself, you know, I know somebody out there wants to give me as much as I want to give them. And I'm asking the universe to bring them to me. Because I know and I feel that they are out there. Never tell yourself that there's nobody out there, I've just lost my chance of happiness. That's a negative spin on it. But, you know, you've let go of the trash of life, right? The negative ones, right? Because they don't serve your purpose, right? They just take everything that you've got to give, and they give you nothing back in return, right? Don't waste your time and energy. You're worth so much more than that. So tell yourself, do you know what? This year, I'm staying away from all the takers because I'm waiting for the universe to align me with my true soulmate, to align me with the person that wants to give me love as much as I love them. And the universe will bring it. You just have to have faith and belief in that. Thank you for the stars, Kelly. So your second card, luck is on your side. Think positive, keep being the giver, and good things are going to happen, right? When we work with positivity, positive things are going to happen over and over and over again. I get so many messages from people saying, can you help me to be more positive because I'm at my lowest low and I just cannot get out of the bed. I don't want to wake up in the morning. I don't want to feel the sun in my face. I just don't want... And yes, I help them. Part of the thing that I offer with my subscribers is when they subscribe, I have a Facebook group on my Facebook page for just my TikTok subscribers. And it has a chat room. And my subscribers can add me as a personal friend on Facebook. And I will give them free advice, whatever's going on in their life, because they took the time to subscribe to my TikTok. And that's why subscribers always get 2 cards. I know Susan has done in the past. She's come into my PM box and said, I'm really having a really tough time. and I could really do with some help to get me back on form. And Susan will be the first one to tell you that I will give 100%. I will give you my time and my energy to help wherever I can, because that's my calling. My calling as a Reiki master and as a medium, starseed, etc., is to bring healing, love, advice and enlightenment to everybody that I can. And if somebody's struggling, the last thing I want is for you to be struggling. The last thing I want is for you to be struggling. So I do give back to all my subscribers as well. So onwards and upwards this year for you, Susan, all right? You now know the people to avoid, right? So when you avoid those type of people, you attract the right type of people. You attract the positive ones rather than the negative ones. And when that happens, and you tell yourself, you know what, I'm worthy of love. I'm worthy of abundance. And I'm worthy to get back as much love as I put out. Anything less, I don't want to know. And we should, think highly of ourselves, right? How can you love someone else first and foremost when you can't see the beauty and the love within yourself? You can't, right? So it all starts with me. It all starts with you. If you can look yourself in the mirror every day and say, I absolutely love the person that I am, because the universe made me this way. And I'm grateful that the universe made me this way, because why should I be somebody that I'm not? I'll live my truth. And the right people will follow me. The wrong people, well, the door is that way or that way, whichever door they want to take. I have 2 exits, one right, one left. It's up to you who you want to take out. Thank you for the swan. And let me see if we can see who's the swan. Claire S. Horton. Claire S. I'm going to put you on the readings list, honey. Claire S. You will get 2 cards. Okay, so after Susan, I'm going to do Diane. And then we'll do Claire S because she's gifted a swan. And then we'll do Kelly because Kelly's a subscriber and automatically gets 2 cards. So we're going to do Diane next. Then Claire S. And then we're going to do Kelly. So, Susan, I hope that has helped, sweetheart. Onwards and upwards. The right person is waiting for you. And if you'd stayed in the relationship that you were in, you would never meet the right person who is just not that far around the corner. So keep positive. And keep asking the universe to bring him to you. And it will. Thank you for the follows. Okay, I think we've got, let me see, Melissa. Let me have a look. I'm just having a look to see who we've all got. Hello, Melissa. Lovely to see everyone. Hello, hello. Okay, I'm just saying hello to everyone that's just come in. Lim. Thank you for the likes, Kelly. Lovely to see everyone. So, Susan, beautiful reading to get. So, do we still have Diane? Our beautiful Diane. Do we still have Diane in the room? Thank you, everyone. For those that are just joining, it is a swan gift reading night. So to get a reading, you need to gift a swan, or if you're a subscriber, you would automatically get a 2-card reading free. I don't know if Diane's, let me just have a look at my list. that I have here to see if Diane is still here. Yep, I think she's still in the room. So Diane, are you still with us, Diane? It's saying you're still with us, unless she's got a bad connection. Thank you for the follows, everyone. I know sometimes Diane pops in and out, so we'll wait and see if Diane's here. And if not, we'll keep her name on anyway, because I know she jumps in and out. Okay, I think she's possibly busy. Thank you for the gifts, everyone. So I'm going to keep Diane's name at the top, just in case she comes back, because she does come in and out of the readings. And I'm going to go to Claire S, Claire Sorton. Claire, I've got moon cards and unicorn cards. And you can pick any two. You can pick 2 unicorns, 2 moons, or 1 of each. What would you like? Oh, Diane's still here. Okay, we'll do Diane. Okay, let's do Diane, and then we'll do Claire. Diane, what 2 cards would you like, honey? Unicorn or moon? Thank you for the likes, Kelly. I'm not sure if your reply's getting through, Diane. Sometimes TikTok... Oh, moon. There we go. Okay, 2 moons. Let's go for the 2 moons. That happened on Saturday. For some reason, TikTok stopped the lives. For anyone just joining, we do have a little helper in the background. This little boy up here is my little baby Rio. He's going to be joining my lives every night now because apparently he misses his mum when I'm in doing lives. And he's in the living room with his our other parrot Rocky. And he will just keep squawking or crying for me. So Rio's going to be a regular participant in my lives. He's actually been quite behaved. Sometimes he gets a little bit noisy and he wants a little spritz with the water bottle. He loves getting a little spray. But 9 out of 10 times he just likes to be where I am. So just in case anybody's wondering who on earth is the bird in the corner, the little African grey, that is my little boy Rio. Okay. They were actually my mum's birds, and when I lost my mum in 2009, my stepdad was going to give Rio and Rocky, my other bird, to a bird sanctuary. And that would break my heart to think that my mum had those birds and she loved them all her days. So I offered to take them. And they've been with me ever since. Rio is very much a mummy's bird, whereas Rocky is more for my partner. They are so different in their personalities. Rocky just does not trust women. He's a typical male bird. But Rio is very much a mummy's boy. and prefers my company. Oh, bless. He is. He's just a sweetheart, aren't you? And he likes his cuddles, and he just likes to be where I am. He misses me when I'm away. Even when I go to my bed, he sits and has a little cry to himself because I'm going to my bed. But I draw the line at him sharing our bed. So he sleeps with the other bird in the living room. We have another swan. Okay, we have got Sparkle. I'm just going to call you Sparkle. I'm going to put you down for a 2-card reading. So we have Sparkle as well. So we've got Diane, Claire, Kelly and Sparkle. So Diane, the 2 cards that I have for you, your commitment is being tested, is your first card, and conclusions are within reach. All right, your commitment is being tested and conclusions are within reach. So I feel that this card is telling you whatever it is you're trying to do right now, it's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And there's times that you think, do you know why do I bother? Why do I bother trying this? You know, I get so far forward and then something goes wrong and then it's like 1 step back. And you've often said, you know what, maybe I should give up on this. Maybe I should, just call it quits. But sometimes the universe or the world gives us things that they know that we're good at. But they are also very good. The universe is also very good at testing us. Testing how much are you committed to this? How much are you committed? It's in your heart to do this, but how much are you committed? How much are you willing to fight through obstacles to get to where you want, right? Because we have whatever we want in our life, we never get it easy, right? We have to always work for it. If we want that job, we have that dream job, and we don't have the qualifications for it. We have to work to get those qualifications so that we can get that dream job. We can't just apply for a dream job with no qualifications, no experience, etc. So we have to put in that extra work, that extra effort to get where we want to be. And we have people in the world that just sit back and expect the world to give them without them putting in any effort. And they're the type of people that nothing goes right for them, right? Because they're not willing to put in the work. They just expect that the work, they just seem to assume that the world owes them, right? Even they do nothing in return to earn that. But they just assume, I'm a good person, bring it on, bring it to me, but I don't have to work for it. No, that's not the way it works. If you want to go for your dreams, go for your goals, you first have to think, right, what is it that I really, really want to do? What's in my heart to do? Have I got the right knowledge to do it? If I haven't, when am I going to get that knowledge? And then do I have the commitment to stick with it? Do I have this commitment to follow the learning to get to where I want to be? Well, if it's in my heart to do it, the only way I'm going to do it is by putting in the work. So on the days that you think, oh my gosh, this is too much, and I feel like, I'm questioning whether I should be doing this or not, keep going. The universe is just testing how committed you are to it, is the question in that. So going on to that, conclusions are within reach. All right? So if you're working towards something, chances are if it's adult learning, or if it's learning a new skill or new career, along with that learning, there's going to be tests, there's going to be exams, there's going to be bits and bobs, right, that you're going to have to work to. And you may be waiting for results, anxiously waiting and thinking, have I passed this? have I done enough to get top grades to get me into the next part of learning, right? If that's the case, whatever it is that you're waiting for, and it could be you're waiting for news of something else. If you are waiting for news, or you're waiting of news of an outcome, or results, etc., those results are coming. They're just within reach. They're just round the corner, right? So hold on a little bit longer. And I'm being told that it's positive results rather than negatives. So you have absolutely nothing to worry about. Anything that you put your mind and your heart and soul into, you're going to achieve because it's in your heart to do it. You sometimes doubt yourself. This is not the time for self-doubt. This is the time to say, do you know what? I know it. I know it's in my heart. I know this is what I want. And I know that whatever I do, as far as the learning process, I'm going to put in 1,001% to get there. And trust me, you'll get there. All right? It's written in the cards. Good outcome all around for you. So keep going is a message of your card. So I hope that makes sense. Thank you for the gifts, everyone, and the likes and the follows. Okay, so I'm so glad Diane was still there to get her 2 cards. Okay, do we still have Claire here as well? So we've got Claire, then Kelly, then Sparkle. Yay, Claire's here. What 2 cards would you like, lovely? Hello, Maddie. Readings tonight are Swan gift readings. To be on the readings list, you need to gift a Swan to get a 2-card reading, or if you're a subscriber, all the readings are free. You get a 2-card reading free. Tomorrow night is free readings for all, so those that don't want to gift and would prefer to wait for a free reading, especially if they're not a subscriber, my free readings are tomorrow night. Moon for Claire. Okay, let's do 2 moon for Claire's as well. Good night, Diane. Thank you for joining me as always. Okay, let's choose 2 moon cards for Claire. Let's shuffle these moon cards. It's so weird seeing my parrot sitting in the background on the camera. But yeah, just lately he's just been missing his mum a lot, so and he just bugs the heck out of my fiance in the living room when I'm doing lives and leaving him in the living room with the other bird. He's just not a happy bunny, so we thought, let's just bring him in here and he can take part in the live readings with me. And as you can see, he's quite happy. He's just sitting there scratching his head and giving himself a little preen. Okay. They are my little feather babies though, and I wouldn't do without them. I've always loved birds. I've been really, really close to birds since I was a little girl. I love all animals, but I have a special connection with birds. Okay, so Claire. He has his moments. Yep, he definitely is. He has his moments. He is quite a calm, placid bird when he's with me. When he's with his dad, when he's with my fiance, it can be a different ball game. If he's just with my fiance and I'm not there, he can be very noisy when he wants to be. But as long as he's got his mum, he's as happy as the day's long, and he's always just listening to everything I'm saying or watching everything that I do. Claire, take time to breathe out is your first card. And your second card, believe in the impossible. Believe in the impossible is your second card. So I'm going to start with this one because I feel that this one was the first one that came out of the deck. And it's a this emanating moon. Take time to breathe out. I just feel when this card is coming out, I feel that there's a lady in spirit. Now, she's an elderly lady. So I'm assuming she's a grandmother rather than a mother, if that makes sense. Or a grandmother figure. So it could be a grandmother stroke great-grandmother, because I feel this lady was elderly when she passed into spirit. So I don't know if you have a grandmother who's in spirit that you were close to. Because I just feel that this elderly lady is coming into this reading. And she's like, take a breath, girl. Calm. Just be, be settled. Be calm. That's kind of what she's bringing into the fray. Because I just feel that from the time that you get up in the morning to the time that you go to bed, it's like on the go, right? As my mother would often say, this girl's got ants in her pants. She can't sit still for 2 minutes, right? That kind of thing. But I'm also being told you're a natural born worrier, right? You will worry over the most silly things, right? Who am I looking at? Certainly not you if you have to ask that. And if you're going to be rude, you will be blocked. Okay, so take time to breathe out. It's time to chill out. It's time to just relax and not be so much of a worry head. Well, I am registered blind, so if my eyes happen to look in all different directions, that's why. And I make no apology for it. I love who I am and I love my eyes. So if you've got a problem with either, then that's fine. I don't really bother. Hello, Michelle. Hello. Okay. So, moving on with Claire's reading, right? You put everything. It's almost like you're trying to multitask with things. It's like you've got so many things to do every day, but there's not enough hours in the day for you to complete them. So rather than doing one thing at a time, you find yourself trying to fit everything into once. Well, if I can do that, and I'll do a bit of this at the same time, and I'll maybe try this at the same time, and try and get everything done faster. What you find is that when you multitask and you're trying to do 5 or 6 things at one time, you actually slow things down rather than speed things up, because you can't commit to one thing at a time, right? You can't say, right, I'll do this first and then I'll go on to the next thing. And then once that next thing's done, I'll go on to the next thing. And you might think, but I need to do all these things in one day, right? One suggestion that I have for people such as yourself, because I've been there, done it, and worn the t-shirt, is write a list of things that you need to do each day. But make sure that at the top of the list is the things that definitely have to get done today. So, for example, you know, getting the kids breakfasts and getting them out to school, etc. Right? That has to be on a priority, right? You can't not get the kids up and get their breakfast or whatever. Paying any bills that are due that day, that's probably priority as well, right? Getting to work on time, that's probably priority. So you would put them at the very top of your list of to-do things. And you would go through that list one at a time in order of priority. At the end of the day, if you've not got time to fill in the rest of the things on that list, doesn't matter, because the bottom of the list is the less priority, the things that can wait till tomorrow, if that makes sense. Hello, Audrey. Welcome in. But I'm also going to say, if you are going to do a priority to-do list, make sure on that priority, near the top, is I'm going to put make time for me. This is what this elderly lady in spirit is saying, is take time to breathe out. In other words, take time to take a break. And in that break, make sure that you're, whatever it is that you're doing, so schedule an hour every day. That's not a lot to ask. In a 24-hour day, 60 minutes is not a lot to ask for giving yourself. And in that hour, make sure that you're committed to doing things that are going to be calming. Listen to some music, right? Read a book. You know, if exercise is your thing, you might want to do an hour's exercise. You might want to do an hour's meditation. You might want to get your hair done or your nails done in that hour to make you feel better and make you feel good, right? Taking time out every single day to do something good for yourself is vital for better mental and physical health as well, right? It's good for our emotions, but not everybody has time for that. Not everybody takes time out for themselves. And I feel also that one of the problems that you may be coming across, which is why you're running about like a headless chook sometimes, is because you like to help others as well. So you're busy helping others that need your help, and you put yourself last all of the time, right? And this is where the card is saying, hold the horses, pull on those reins a little bit better, you know, and have time for you. Take time out, just breathe. Take time just to breathe. If that makes sense. No problem. Okay. Thank you, Kelly. Yeah. You know, sometimes my eyes will go to spirit as well. My eyes have got a mind of their own. So, you know, I'm always looking, you know, if I see spirits to the left or I see spirits to the right, sometimes my vision is more spiritual than physical, just because I am registered blind. So, yeah, my eyes don't always look in the same direction. And, you know, that's just the way that they are. So Claire, that's your first card, is just asking you to take a little bit of a slower pace, right? Burning the candle at both ends is going to be more stressful. Being a born worrier as well, you know, worrying about something that may or may not happen is waste, you know, it is a negative emotion, right? What will be, And that, you know, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But either way, there's no point in worrying about it, right? Deal with it when it comes. I always say life's too short to worry about what's going to happen today, tomorrow, or the next day. We should live in the moment. And if it's going to happen, deal with it in that moment, right? Don't think about, oh, what if this goes wrong, or what if that goes wrong, right? Well, what if it does, right? Why do we spend, and many of us do it, right? We worry about whether we're going to be successful at something. We worry about whether we're doing the right thing, whether we're doing the wrong thing. Do it anyway. It doesn't really matter. If it's in our heart to do it, do it. There's no point in worrying about it. If you spill a cup of milk, you can't pick up that milk, right, and drink it, right? It's spilled all over the floor, you know. Or if you break a glass or you break a cup because you've got butterfingers like me, and you drop things and it smashes, right? There's no point in worrying about it. We can't put the cup or the glass back together again. We just buy a new set and put the broken bits in the bucket. You know, problem solved. But we spend way too much worrying about things. And that worry can cause stress, and it just keeps us up at night. Whereas if we live for the moment, without having to worry too much about what's going to happen or what might happen, right? It might happen and it might not. Either way, does it really matter in this whole scheme of things? Life is too short. Live each moment. And if it happens, deal with it in that moment. And if it doesn't happen, move on. It's fine. Everything's turned out right. Hello, Noku. Hello, everyone that's just joining. Okay, in answer to just a quick question, will your client give you more money? Depends. If it's a client, you should already have a set price, right? And if you haven't got a set price, maybe the best way to do it is have a set price. I always have, you know, I've got lots of healing clients and readings clients. They know exactly what they're paying because I have set prices for my private readings, etc. So they know this is the price that they've got to pay. And if you're asking, will your client give you more money? Well, if it's more than what your services actually advertise, probably not. Unless, of course, they are completely happy with your services and they leave a tip. Spirit are not going to get involved in questions like as to, you know, will my client tip me today? They just can't get involved in that, because you've got to remember too that spirit time is different from our time, right? So if you're asking, will my client tip me today? Spirit's probably about 3 months ahead of us, right? So they don't know whether, you know, they're not going to answer if your client's going to tip you that day or not. But if you have to ask that question, then maybe you need to set prices so that your clients know exactly what they're paying for your service, if that makes sense. So going back to Claire, moving on to your second card, believe in the impossible. All right. Again, this comes hand in hand with this card, because sometimes I feel you doubt yourself and you think, this is what I would like to do. This is my dream. This is my desire. But what if I fail? Right? As a born warrior, it's kind of, we like to put obstacles in our way, and we like to give ourselves excuses, right? I haven't got the qualifications to do this. I haven't got the know-how to do this. I haven't got the ability to do this, right? We always give ourselves excuses. But when the believe in the impossible card comes out, it's telling you there is absolutely nothing on this earth that you can't do if it's in your heart to do it. You might just have to do it a different way. And I'm going to give you my lifetime experience about that as well. When I totally lost practically nearly all of my vision and became registered blind. I had to give up a full-time job as a carer for autistic adults. And one of the things I asked myself, what do I do now? Who's going to hire a blind woman, right? Nobody, right? There's not an employer on this earth. You know, if I was to apply for a job, oh, can you see this or can you see that? No, well, they're not going to hire me, right? Now, I could have quite easily said, well, that's me, right? That's me. I'm going to be in the poorhouse and, I'm not going to be able to make a living or whatever. I'm not going to be able to have that dream career that I often dreamed of, maybe reaching the top and being able to help more autistic people. But I didn't. What I did was, okay, I can't go within the workplace. But what can I do? What skills have I got? What am I good at doing? And then I realised I've been reading for people all my life. I studied Reiki and worked my way up from Reiki 1 straight through to Reiki Master and Teacher. So I've got healing clients and reading clients. I don't need to apply for a physical job and have somebody as my manager or, my employer. I can do things myself. And so I started my readings on Facebook, and then Facebook kind of went downhill. So I decided, scary though it was, to try doing readings on TikTok. And let me tell you, I've been doing live readings now on TikTok, and I have met the most amazing people here on TikTok. So how do I see that then? I made the impossible possible because I never gave up. I just did things a different way. I had to get a 10.5 inch tablet so that I was able to do lives and just see the print on my lives. But I did that. My partner just brought me a brand new one there at Christmas because the old one was kind of goosed. Because technology does not last long with me, because technology and spiritual energy, spirit like to burn out anything that's electronic. Unfortunately, spirit will not answer pregnancy questions. It's just an unwritten law that they won't answer. Unfortunately, they will not answer pregnancy questions. In all my years, I'm 58 now, but in all my years of dealing with spirit, I know just without asking them that they will not answer a pregnancy question. It's just because it's such a touchy subject, and depending on life's situations, we've seen it so many times. Healthy pregnancies can go so wrong, but then sometimes wrong pregnancies can end up all right, and then there are plain sailing pregnancies. But the last thing spirit want to do is get involved in all of that, right? Because they don't want to be predicting whether somebody's going to conceive or not, right? Because for spirit to tell somebody that they're going to fall pregnant, right? That's a big burden that they're giving you, because then they're kind of thinking, right, if I was to tell somebody, yes, spirit says you're going to get pregnant next week, and that person doesn't get pregnant next week because spirit are working at a different time scale from us, that person's going to get anxious. And that's one of many reasons that spirit will not answer the question whether you will get pregnant or not. I don't answer pregnancy questions just because of that. I know some readers do, but unfortunately some don't. So I hope that helps. I know it's maybe not the answer that you were looking for. Okay, I'm going to do a couple more readings before we do questions and answers, because readers have gifted swans for their readings. So readings do take priorities, and then when we've got a quiet spell in between readings, we will go on to answer questions, yes and no questions. Claire, I hope your reading has meaning for you. All right, it's time to just take time out for yourself, breathe, trust that everything's going to work out just exactly how it's planned to, or just exactly how it's supposed to. You know, and if things go wrong in our lives, we learn from the things that go wrong, and we know not to do that same mistake again, right? We learn from our mistakes in life. There's no point in worrying about them before, during, or after, right? What will be, will be. You know, we can't see what's ahead of us. You know, we've obviously seen what's in the past, leading up to today, but we can't always see what is in front of us. And, you know, tomorrow is never ever promised. So I'm a firm believer, live for the moment, live in the moment, right? Because tomorrow's never promised. You might go to bed at night and never wake up, right? Many people do. So all that worry about what may happen tomorrow or what may happen the next day is really pointless, right? I always do a daily blessings list every single day. And at the top of my daily blessings when I wake up in the morning is, I am blessed because I got to open my eyes today. I've been gifted another beautiful day to live. And I'm so blessed to have that, because I know that because I woke up today, somebody else somewhere else may not wake up. So I am blessed because I've got another day to share with people. And I don't think about tomorrow. You know, I maybe do my live schedules for the week, right? Because people would like to know where I am. Sometimes when I say 9 o'clock UK time or 3 p.m. CST time, sometimes it might be 10 past, 9:15. It depends on what happens in my day. But you know, roughly round about that 9 p.m. time, I'm going to be coming live. Do I worry about being late for coming on my lives? No. Because the people that genuinely know me know that as a reader and a healer, as well as do my live readings, I also have my two parrots that need my attention. I need to spend time with my fiance. Sometimes we go out and we come back round about 9 o'clock-ish, and I'm running late for doing my live, etc. But I'm always showing up for my lives, even if it's, 5-10 minutes or whatever. And I don't worry about it, because I know that the right people that are, following me for a long time, such as Susan, Diane, etc., they already know, okay, she said 9 o'clock, she's obviously busy with a client, or she's been held up somewhere, but we know that she's going to be live, and that's okay. Thank you for the roses. Hello. I will answer some questions a little bit later. Thank you for the roses, Claire. I hope your reading made sense, beautiful friend. And thank you. You deserve to take time out for you. All right? I know you love giving. That's what I'm being told. And if this lady is a grandmother figure or a great-grandmother figure, know that she's sending you love, and she's the one that's actually asking you to slow things down and don't worry so much, right? Life's too short to worry about what ifs or what may happen or may not happen. Live in the moment, but arrange your day so that in every single day you've got an hour just to give to yourself. You deserve that 1 hour. If you can give yourself more than an hour, even better, but at least give yourself 60 minutes in a 24-hour day, just for yourself. just to pamper yourself, just to be good to you, because you deserve that. Okay, so we're now on to Kelly and then Sparkle. So for anyone new just joining, if you would like a reading tonight, it is a swan gift reading. So one swan gets you a 2-card reading and added onto my list. If you're a subscriber, all subscribers get 2 cards reading free every time I go live. Even on a gift reading night, they get that free reading. Subscribers also get Saturday evenings is a private subscriber only readings night. It is only visible to subscribers. If you're not a subscriber, you will not see my live on a Saturday night. It's only subscribers that get to see my live. Oh, thank you for the stars, Kelly. Okay, going on to Kelly's. Kelly's, what cards would you like? What 2 cards would you like? Thank you for the follows. Unicorn cards for Kelly. I've just posted today a new schedule. My old schedule was an 8:30 start for most of my readings, and I just found my days are so busy that trying to fit my lives as early as 8:30 was just so difficult to do. So I had to change my schedule. So all my live readings start at 9 p.m. UK time, or round about that time, or 3 p.m. CST time. So it's 9 o'clock UK time or 3 p.m. CST time, round about that time. But my schedules for my free readings and my gift readings are on my profile page. I've put them on the pinned post. So my free readings night for everyone is Tuesdays and Thursday. Not time for singing. It's not time for singing, Rio. Okay. Let's shuffle the cards. Rio always gets super excited when I'm shuffling cards. So do excuse Rio squeaking in the corner. He's such a happy little bird sometimes. Aren't you? Such a happy bird. Okay. Plus my other one's whistling in the living room, so he obviously hears the other one as well and saying, I'm with my mummy, you're with my daddy. He certainly is. He probably birds are very spiritual. And even though Rio can't see you or read the comments or whatever, Rio will know when somebody's thinking about him or whatever. So yeah, chances are he is happy because you waved to him. Are you happy because Kelly waved to you? Is that what it is? Are you happy that... Hey, what? Oh, do you want a tickle? He's so affectionate. He loves his cuddles. Right, you've got a cuddle. Are you okay now? Right, you've got your cuddle. Good boy. Okay, so the 2 cards that I've got for Kelly. Cosmic Sapphire. I absolutely love this card. How beautiful is that? So we've got Cosmic Sapphire is your first card. And your second card, Be a Beacon. Okay, Cosmic Fire and Be a Beacon. So we're going to start with act with honour and integrity and speak your truth. All right? again, when this card comes up, it's letting you know that you're an earth angel in so many ways. You like to make people happy, right? So you give your all to, and you know you're one of world's givers, right? So if somebody's hurting, you'll make them better. If somebody's sad, you'll try and make them happy, etc. And even if that means sometimes telling that little white lie in order to make them feel better about themselves is the way to go. But what this card is saying, the odd white lie now and again is absolutely fine if you're trying to spare somebody's feelings. But ultimately, there's two sides to that coin, right? Because as a giver or an earth angel, right? Yes, we love to give. We love to make people happy. And we love to make people feel better about themselves. But if we were to always try and save somebody's feelings by saying a little white lie just to say, you know, yeah, things are going to be okay, even though you may feel that they're not. For that moment, for that time, it may be you've made that person feel better. But then what if things go completely wrong for that person, right? Is that person going to trust you again? Probably not. Whereas it's so much easier, rather than say a white lie about something to make them feel better, simply say, I don't know, I'm not sure, or I don't have the answers for that one, kind of thing. Because I've done it myself when I was younger. It's like, I don't want to hurt this person. You know, for example, you know, I had a friend who had a cat, and the cat was ill. And even though I was younger, she wanted me to make the cat better because she knew that I could cuddle an animal or touch an animal and make them feel better. And I remember taking the cat in my hands, and I was giving it healing. And my friend said, is she going to be okay? Is she going to die? Is she going to survive? I didn't have the heart to tell her, no, she's actually an old cat and she's close to passing over to spirit. So instead I said, it's fine, just keep her warm, keep her fed and watered, or give her milk and she'll be fine. And of course the inevitable happened, the cat passed away. And she came to my door heartbroken and said, you told me my cat was going to be okay and it passed away. So now when, you know, if I know that the cat is old or it's going to reach the end of its life, I'll just say, well, you know what, I'm not sure. But as a cat owner, as long as you love it, as long as you feed it, and as long as, you know, you take it to a vet, get a vet to check it over just to make sure, etc., and you're doing everything that you can, hopefully the cat or the dog or whatever will be okay. But if it's not, you've done all you can. They then respect me as a healer. And one thing I will never ever do as a healer is give medical advice. I'm a spiritual and Reiki healer, but I'm not a GP. I'm not medically qualified. But I can give healing where it's due. And I trust that if I send Reiki healing across the world, that healing's going to get there. So acting, you know, be honest with yourself, and more importantly, be honest with yourself, right? Speak your truth in everything. And if people don't like that truth, that's for them to deal with, not you, if that makes sense. Hello, Isa, welcome. And thank you for the shares. I'm going to put you in on the readings list. Thank you for the roses, everyone, and thank you for the shares. So, always speak your truth, right? If people don't like you for speaking the truth, they're not your vibe, they're not your tribe, and that's okay, right? We can't please everybody all of the time, but we can please some people some of the time. And you know what? At the end of the day, that's good enough. Just be yourself, because you're beautiful and you're awesome just the way that you are. And if anyone else says differently, that's their problem. That's their issue, right? I'm not everybody's cup of tea, and everybody's not my cup of tea, and that's okay with me. You know, they'll go and find their own vibe. They'll go and find their own tribe. Will that change me? No. Will I keep coming and doing my readings and my healing, etc.? Yes, because that's who I am. That's what I do, and I don't make any apologies for it. And Spirit are saying, neither should you as well. Okay. Now, as I'm reading your card, I'm getting this gentleman, and he's a very pushy gentleman. Now, he may be for Kelly, maybe for somebody else in the room, because sometimes when I'm doing readings for one person, Spirit are always around. They in and out of the room. Sometimes by the time they come in, the person that they're looking for in the room has probably left, especially if it's on TikTok. People come and go. But this gentleman's come in and he's like really excited and wanting to reach out to somebody. And he's saying, please tell him it's Jack. Please tell him it's Jack. Jack's here. So I don't know if anybody has been calling for a Jack in spirit, right? But if they have, he's answered. I don't know if he's your dad. Is your dad's name Jack? I know your dad's around, but I don't feel your dad's name's Jack. Susan, is your granddad Jack? And have you been thinking about your granddad lately? This gentleman was very pushy and very eager to get through. Okay, if you've been thinking about your granddad, he knows, right? And I feel that your granddad was your rock. When things went wrong, Granddad was the one to go to, right? Don't get me wrong, I feel your parents were good at helping you out as well, but there was nobody like Granddad. Does that make sense? Right? And obviously when things go wrong, the first person you think about is, oh, I wish my Granddad was here. Or if my Granddad was here, what would he do? Or, you know, he's saying sometimes you talk to yourself in your mind or out loud. And it's like, oh, Granddad, I wish you were here. Or, Granddad, what do I do now? What direction do I take, right? And he's saying, for goodness sake, will you please let her know Jack's here? Let her know Jack's here. He was so persistent and so pushy at getting through this reading tonight. And he's saying he wants you to know he hears you, right? So don't stop talking to him. Just because he's not there physically on the earth plane to help doesn't mean to say he doesn't want to help. Of course he still wants to help. He's still your granddad. He still cares and he still loves you. And he's saying even though you can't hear him, know that he's telling you you've done the right thing. He's telling you too that he loves and he's so proud of you. And you've done nothing wrong, right? And he's saying keep going. He's sending you so much love because he says you need it more than anything right now. So I'm glad. Thank you for picking up on Jack. He's smiling, so I'm assuming that he's got the right person. So thank you for confirming that. I never know who Spirit are for, I just shout out the name and their message. So thank you for that. So going back to Kelly, be a beacon is your second card. Be an inspiration and light the way for others. Be an inspiration and light the way for others. All right? Which kind of goes hand in hand with this card. Because being yourself, being honest with yourself and being honest with others, even speaking your truth when they don't want to hear it. Sometimes we need to speak the truth in order for them to hear it loud and clear. And sometimes we need to speak the truth to take them out of an illusion that they may be living in. So what do I mean about that? I went through, as many of you know, I went through 30 years of abusive marriage and 20 years of bullying before that because of my physical disability. But at the time, yes, I saw it as a tragedy. I saw it as, you know, why me? I'm cursed, I'm all of this and I'm all the next thing. But when I got out of that abusive marriage at the end of 30 years, all right, that's 50 years of abuse and bullying, right? And a lot of people will say, oh my gosh, that's half a lifetime. You know, half a lifetime of being on your own, dealing with bullying and abuse. How can you still be standing, right? But throughout all of that abuse, I never gave up hope that one day I would be free. And when I did get my freedom, I was able to look back on my life with a different perspective. And I thought, well, how can I turn 50 crappy bad years into something positive and beautiful? One, who better to help somebody with disabilities than myself, because I've got a disability. There are so many disabled people in this world that give up on their dreams and goals because they feel that their disability is a curse that stops them from doing things. Until I come along and tell them, you know, I'm blind, but I still live my dreams and goals. I just do it a different way. I think out of the box. I know my limitations for my lack of physical vision, but my determination and my thinking out of the box of doing things a different way so that I can still do the things that I love to do far outweighs the limitations. So as far as the disability side of things, I now help disabled people to believe in themselves and to follow their dreams and goals even though they feel it's impossible to do so. Abused men, women and children. My grandchildren and my daughter was abused by my ex. And I was abused by my ex. Who better to help people that are going through child abuse or through adult abuse than me? I've been there, done it, worn the t-shirt. I can see the inside of it, but I can now see the outside of it. And when you're in it, when you're in that abusive relationship, you think that that is it. That's what life is. That's what love is. Right? Abused children don't see themselves as abused children. They see the abuse as an adult loving them, not an adult hurting them. Because many abusers will tell the child that they are abusing, I love you. You know mummy or daddy or granddad or uncle loves you, right? This is their way of abuse. And children, especially children, don't realise that that's not love, that's abuse. Until they become an adult and they get away from that abuse in some way, shape or form. Or they come to me and I'm able to say, no, that's not love, that's abuse. And this is why this is how I can tell you that this is love and not abuse. So out of 50 years of being bullied for being mentally, physically, sexually and emotionally abused, I turned that around. And I now am an advocate for helping people with disabilities, helping people that are going through abuse, helping children that are going through child abuse. So I turned a negative situation into a positive one, just through my own experiences. And Kelly, I feel you can do the same, right? The things that you've endured in life that haven't been that pleasant, who better to help people that are going through the same thing than you, right? Somebody that hasn't been through abuse, there's no way with even all the best intentions that they can go and say to an abused person, this is what I think you should do, or you should do this, or you should do that, because they've never experienced it. They can read things from a book, right? Reading things from a book and practically living it, physically living in that abuse is totally different. So, you know, the first thing I did was I went to counselling for abused women. And let me tell you, one thing I learned about in that counselling for abused women is how to spot a narcissist and abuser from a mile off. And when you were learning that, suddenly the penny dropped. And it's like, oh my God, that's exactly my story. It's like they read my story, right? And sometimes it takes somebody else to actually tell that story, to actually help that person to get away from abuse. And that's what true light workers, and I feel that you're a light worker, you're a giver, you're one of the world's givers. So I feel that your gift is in giving love and advice and help to those that need it. And you're darn good at it, right? Never be afraid to be honest and truthful with the people that you are helping, because one, they're going to respect you more if you're honest and truthful about what you do. When I'm doing my readings, I never second guess. I never sit and worry, is the card that I've just picked for Susan or for Diane or for Kelly or Claire, is that the right card? I never give that a second thought, because I trust my guides 1001%. They've been with me all my life. I have no reason to doubt the validity of their knowledge that they're sharing to me, to you. So if a spirit guide or somebody in spirit comes on and gives me somebody's name, I will shout it out in between the readings. The reason I do that is if I wait till the reading's over that I'm reading for, I forget. Right, the message is gone. It's funny because I have so many people that say to me 6 months later, hi, do you remember me? You did my reading 6 months ago. Can you remember what you said? And my first, you know what, I can't remember the reading I did 5 minutes ago, let alone 5 or 6 months ago. But did the reading help you? And they'll probably say, yes, it did. And I'll say, well, that's the main thing. It doesn't matter if I remember what I told you in your reading, because I don't. Because if I was to hold on to every reading that I had done for everybody, my head would be like, poof, it would just explode. I do a reading, let it go, and I move on. So I never remember my readings. So if somebody's wanting to come back to me tomorrow and say, do you remember that reading you did for me last night? No, probably not. But did it help? And if it did, that's the main thing. Oh, thank you. And blessings to you too. Unfortunately, no, I can't do pregnancies. I don't do pregnancy readings. Thank you for the follows. Susan, thank you for the purple hearts. Oh, Kelly, thank you for the for the daisies. I love daisies. Thank you so much. I hope that reading had meaning for you. You're such a good soul. It radiates even through this reading. I can see you've got a big heart and you just want to pour love onto the world and make everybody better and stuff like that. And you know what? I think as light workers and healers, That's what we aim to do, but sadly we can't help everybody all of the time. But if we can just make a small dent or a small difference in somebody's life, and we can make somebody feel a little bit better just by being ourselves and being honest with the people that we work for, job done, right? So keep shining your light on the world, keep speaking your truth, and never compromise you for anybody. Right, there is only one beautiful Kelly, right? And it's time for Kelly to shine, because when we shine our light on the world, people find us. Right? I've had so many people jump in my DM box and say, do you know what, I've been on TikTok for months and tonight was the first time I ever came across you, but oh boy, I'm so glad that I came across you. Right? Was that coincidence, or was that your guides leading you to me? Right? Chances are it was your guides leading you to me. I always say, if you need a teacher, one will turn up. If you need a spiritual guider, or somebody who will give spiritual guidance, somebody will turn up. If you need a healer, somebody will turn up. The universe will give us exactly the type of people that we need in our lives that's going to help us or enrich or enlighten us in this life path that we live in. So I'm so glad, beautiful reading for you, Kelly, and I'm so glad your granddad came through for you as well, Susan. Okay, now we've got Sparkle left on the list, and we've got Isa. I'm not going to forget to put Isa, because Isa is also a subscriber. So we've got Sparkle and Isa. Now, if there is any subscribers that have joined and I haven't seen you coming into the room and I haven't got you on the list, please give me a shout and let me know so that I can add you on the list, because subscribers will always get that 2-card reading. For anyone else who wants a 2-card reading, it's a swan gift to get a 2-card reading tonight. Oh, Audrey as well. Thank you, Audrey. Keep me right. Audrey as well. Okay. Sparkle, Isa and Audrey. We've got you. Anyone else? Now, I do have somebody, I've actually messaged them on Facebook. I do have, I can't remember what her name was now. Started with a V, it could be Victoria or Vicky or something like that. But there's a lady that joined my subscriber Facebook group. But I've left it pending because there isn't a Victoria on my subscriber list here on TikTok. Now that lady could be a subscriber, but under a different name than Victoria. So if you have requested to join my subscriber group and it's telling you that the subscription is the join the group is still pending, please message me, check your spam messages. I have messaged the person, and let me know what your TikTok name is so that I can compare, because you would be amazed at how many non-subscribers try to join my subscriber group on Facebook. It's crazy. So I need to make sure that you have subscribed before I can add you to the group. Thank you. Lovely to meet you as well. I am who I am. Don't get me wrong, some people love me, some people loathe me, but do you know what? I'm good either way, because I just carry on being who I am. Okay, do we still have Sparkle? I love that name, Sparkle. I love Sparkle. Maybe it's because I'm a starseed, but I love everything sparkly. Ah, hello, Charmaine. Oh, great motto. Yep, I am who I am. Do you know what? It's a great motto to live by. Take me as you find me. If you like me, come on in. I'll put the kettle on. I'll make a coffee. If you don't like me, bye Felicia. No problem. I'm sure you'll find somebody that you do like. Either way, I'm good. I'm happy just being me. Okay, do we still have sparkles? Yay, there's sparkles. Sparkles, what cards would you like? Unicorn, moon card, or one of each? Yeah, keep it moving. And one of my things is, you know, if somebody comes into my lives and they're being like really rude or whatever, I'll just say, well, do you know what? You don't like me. There's an exit to the right of me and there's an exit to the left of me. You choose. One of each. You got it. Let's do one of each for you. Okie dokie. Now tomorrow evening I am back and all the readings are free. If it's got gift reading at the top of the readings, it is one swan gift gets you a 2-card reading. If you're a subscriber, you will automatically get 2 cards free, even on a gift reading. Tuesdays and Thursdays are my free readings night where everybody gets a reading, or as much people as I can. Let me rephrase that, because Tuesdays and Thursdays are manic, and that's because it's a free reading and everybody wants a reading, and there are thousands of people on TikTok and only one me. So be warned, my free reading nights are hectic. And I've had some people say they've been sitting for 3 hours waiting for a free reading. That's not abnormal, considering I get thousands of people passing through my lives, and I can't physically give thousands of people a free reading on a free reading night. That's why I've got 2 readings night, a Tuesday and a Thursday. So if you've tried on the Tuesday and you don't get a reading, and you try on the Thursday, you don't get a reading, it's probably because it's busy. My best advice is on a free readings night, try and get here early as possible. All my readings are 9 p.m. starts. So if you're coming in at 10 p.m. or 11 or 12, chances are it's going to be more difficult to get a reading because people just come flying through the door. Thank you for the follow. Okay, I also going to be doing the cards of the day every day. I've done today's card of the day during this live. My live videos are always shared on my Lady Moonlight YouTube channel. The link is on my website, which is on my bio here on TikTok. All my social media links are on my website link, which is in my bio here on TikTok. If you scroll left, you'll get to my bio, and just under Lady Moonlight is my website, which has all the information that you need about me. You'll also see my reading schedule on my bio here on TikTok as well, because I've just done a new one and it's pinned on my profile. Okay, so you know where I'm going to be and when I'm going to be there, and what I'm doing, of course. Okay, I also have a Facebook page called The Mystic Witch. Okay, and I share my live readings on there as well from TikTok. And my subscribers, I have a subscriber group and chat room. Now, if you are in my subscriber group and you haven't yet been added to the chat room, please send me a message and let me know so that I can add you to the chat room. I need, sometimes I can't add people to the subscriber chat room because they haven't added me as a friend. So to get into the subscriber chat room, you need to send me a friend request so that I can add you to that chat room. Okay. Or at least send me a message, because I think if you send me a message on normal messenger, rather than my Mystic Witch page, I can then add you to the chat room. But other than that, you would need to be a friend. Thank you for the follows. Lovely to have so many followers. If I haven't followed you back from previous readings, I think there was one reading I did, by the time I came off the reading, there was like 400 or 500 new followers. And I'm still going through some of them and more. So I go through so many every day and follow back and follow back. If you've not got any videos or any likes, or you have not got a face on your profile, I won't follow you back. Just because there are so many fake accounts on TikTok. And I'm very wary of, nothing against the good guys on here, but I'm very wary of adding males as a friend on TikTok, because you know, one out of every, or 2 out of every 10, you're going to get that awful message. Ladies, you know what I'm talking about. Those guys that jump in your DM box. Hi, looking for a hot date. You ain't going to find it here because I'm already taken. And they do, you know, they spend... I end up just ignoring or blocking the people that do that, or the guys that do that, because I haven't got time in the day to answer everybody and say, no thank you, not interested. Or those ones that have the profiles that say they're in the army, or they're a doctor, or they're a surgeon. Ladies, beware. They're neither, right? It's most likely a bot account. Okay, Sparkles, your unicorn card. Ascension Flames. Okay, so your unicorn card is Ascension Flames. How beautiful is that? And then your moon card, a new romantic cycle begins. A new romantic cycle begins. So I'm going to start the Ascension Flames. Merge with light and ignite key and codes. Merge with light and ignite keys and codes. Spirit and the universe are always, forever, sending spiritual upgrade codes to all spiritual workers, light workers, star seeds, indigo children, all of that. But if we are blocked off to that energy, if we are working at a lower energy, chances are we're going to miss those codes. Excuse me. I have the sneezes. It's probably my parrot flapping his dust everywhere. Hey, flapping your wings. Makes me sneeze. But if we block ourselves from those keys and codes, if we are working at a lower vibration, we're not going to get those spiritual upgrades. We need to be linked to source to do that. We've all heard of spiritual upgrade, right? And a lot of people think, well, what is a spiritual upgrade and how do I get it? You know, it sounds like sci-fi, right? To a certain degree, it is pretty much sci-fi-ish, right? Because I'm a starseed, you know, it is Space Odyssey type stuff. Because everything, we are connected to the universe, right? Earth is connected to the universe. And we are all one. We are all connected in some way, shape or form. And there are higher beings, archangels, for example, right? Light workers, star seeds that are on the other side rather than the human on Earth plane. You get star seeds on Earth like myself, but you get some in the universe as well. And they're all sending upgrade codes to help those that are doing their spiritual work on Earth, such as myself and other light workers, etc. And I feel that you've got a good heart, and I feel that you're trying to raise your vibration. Does that make sense? It's like you're looking for answers and you're looking to connect to source. You've always had this love of all things spiritual and you're deeply wanting to connect to more. I don't know if that makes sense. Thank you for the follows. Anybody that would like or is interested in spiritual upgrades or upgrade codes and how to get those upgrades, feel free to message me anytime on advice on how to do that, how to connect to source. Part of what I do is teaching everybody to get out of the matrix, which is the controlled life that we live here on Earth, and to rise our vibration. Because when we are in the matrix, we are cutting ourselves off from source. What is the matrix? The matrix is people in government, people in power, right? People that want to control, right? That's the matrix, right? Let me give you an example of the matrix throughout the COVID period. And you can agree or not agree. This is how I see it as a starseed. This is how I see it. When you put on the radio through COVID, what did you hear every 10 minutes? Close your windows. Stay isolated from your friends and family. Get vaccinated. Right? Wear masks. Don't mix with more than 6 people. And if you can not mix with people at all, right? We were getting those messages, not just on radio stations, but on TV stations. They were on billboards. They were in every shop. You had signs everywhere in shops and in the high streets, right? Keep 6 meters away from the next person in front of you. Please wear your mask, etc., etc. Please get vaccinated. All of that, right? And thousands, millions of people did just that, right? It had the effect that those in power were hoping that it was going to have, right? And when you think about it, all these people that thousands, millions of people that were supposedly have passed away with COVID, right? Why do you think nobody was there to attend the funerals, right? Families were not allowed to see their loved ones getting buried during COVID, right? Loved ones weren't allowed to see the elderly mums and grands in care homes because they were isolated from their family, isolated in the COVID world. But when you look at the whole picture from the outside in, right? 1, where are all the bodies? Right? Where are all, if all these millions and trillions of people were dying, where's the evidence of their funerals, etc.? There isn't any, right? Because nobody attended the funerals at the best of times, right? I know I've never worn a mask or taken the vaccine or any of it throughout COVID. I carried on doing what I do. I would go to the shop. I would go a walk in the woods or whatever. I would still do what I'm doing, right? I never stopped my son from visiting. He still continued to visit. And the thing was, the people around me that I know that did everything by the book, wore the masks, they had the vaccines, this last year and this year, their health has been horrendous. Many of them have had colds and flus. Many of them have been hospitalised with colds and flus, whereas before COVID they were the most healthiest person on this earth until they got the vaccine. There was a book came out in the 1970s, and I can't remember the name of the book or the author, but it was a visionary that wrote this book, and he predicted everything that just happened with COVID. And he predicted that somewhere in the future there was going to be massive lawsuits for people who had trusted the governments and taken vaccines, etc., only to find that the vaccines were poison and caused so many problems with people's health. And we're already starting to see that now. Whereas I've never had vaccines or anything, and I'm the healthiest that I've ever been. My fiance never took the vaccine, and he's the healthiest that he's ever been. So sometimes it's merge with light and come out of the matrix, right? Because the matrix will get you to do what you want, what they want you to do, without you even having to think of it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely. Yes, I am doing a reading. Hello, Jenny. Yay, Jenny's in the room. I've just spotted Jenny. So, Jenny, I'm going to put your name down while I've seen you. Okay. I'm in the middle of Sparkle's reading just now. So, we've got Sparkle, Isa, Audrey and Jenny. So, merge with light to receive the code. So, to merge with those lights, Sparkle, is coming out of the matrix, right? It's not going with the norm. Let me tell you, my ex, who was a narcissist, loved watching every political station. Every time there was a political thing on the television, or there was a news is full of negative, he would watch it, and it would drive me up the wall. As a starseed who was not living in the matrix, it was driving me up the wall, because I'm like, I'm not wanting to listen to this crap, this mind, this mind control crap. So when I left him 8.5 years ago, and I'm now with my current fiance, who is the very same. He does not live in the matrix. I haven't seen a television program or a news program in 8.5 years. I haven't read a single paper in 8.5 years. I haven't listened to any radio broadcasts in over 8.5 years. I prefer to listen to playlists on my Alexa rather than listen to news. And I am receiving all these codes from Spirit because I'm not in the matrix. I refuse point blank to be in the matrix of things, right? Everything that is sent through television, through social media, through radio stations, etc., etc., it's to draw you in, right? And if something is repeated over and over and over and over again, we start to believe it, right? Oh, they're repeating that again, it must be true, right? And it's kind of like a brainwash. It's kind of like mind, hypnotism, right? Hypnotists will get you into that, will speak to your subconscious. How do you get your subconscious to listen? Repetitive, repeating, it eventually goes into your subconscious. So if you're repeating negative things that you're hearing on the radio, the TV or whatever else, eventually that gets into your subconscious, and your subconscious mind is different from your spiritual mind. And it doesn't see the bigger picture, so it just follows suit, right? And that's where the Matrix wants to see everybody. But there's so many people now starting to wake up and seeing the change, seeing the Matrix, seeing the control, and they're each searching for these light codes. But the only way that they're ever going to be able to get out of the light codes is by getting out of the Matrix. And that's no easy task. I've helped 2 or 3 people to get out of the Matrix, and they are receiving these codes and awakening, etc. But it's only when we rise our vibration, we get away from everything negative, we get away from people telling us what to do, how to do it, and how long to do it, etc. Into doing, I'll do what I want. I don't follow any rules. I do it my way, right? And if somebody was to tell me to do something, and my subconscious or my intuition said no, I wouldn't do it just because they asked me to do it and because they said, no, this is what you've got to do. No. If you're going to come at me and try and control what I do and who I am, I'm going to go against it every single time, because I'll follow my I'll follow the universe. I'll follow the universe's advice time and time again, because when I do, I get positive days every single day. And that's how to rise the vibration. Yeah, definitely. Isa, I can certainly do that. I'm actually going to be, hopefully, opening a witch's coven, an online coven. I'm hoping in sort of mid-February time. Now, yes, it's going to be covering things like casting spells, but they are not spells to harm people. They are casting spells for health, wealth and well-being, etc. There's a lot of that too, but getting out of the Matrix is one of the things that I'm going to be teaching, and that's going to be a free Facebook coven. So if anyone is seriously interested in getting out of the Matrix and living a more natural spiritual path and able to catch these codes or to get these upgrades, please let me know, and I'll put your name on the list for when that group gets up and running. Right, I'm just reading some of these comments. Hello from Greece, hello. Do I like Sharon Tate? Never really, I don't know who Sharon Tate is, so I can't comment whether I like her or whether I don't. Hello everyone, and welcome. So, Sparkle, getting out of the Matrix, following your own heart's desire, follow your intuition is going to get you the key codes, universal codes, etc. that you have yet to receive. A new romantic cycle is beginning. Now, if you're all, this card has 2 or 3 sides to it, because a lot of the time this card talks of all relationships, even existing relationships, right? So if, for example, if you're already in a loving relationship, maybe you know, sometimes in relationships, right, we all go through a phase where we get comfortable with each other, right? And, you know, we have that honeymoon period, don't we, when we first meet somebody. And, you know, he brings you flowers and he tells you he loves you every day, and he, does everything to please you and everything, and you think, this is great, he opens the door for you, he takes you out on dates and blah, blah, blah. And then 3, 4, 5, 6 years go down the line, and the flowers get few and far between, right? You know what I'm talking about, some of these ladies in here. The date nights get far and few between. A date night ends up, a box of chocolates or a cup of cocoa on the sofa, hugged up on the sofa in front of a movie, right? That's your movie night, that's your date night, right? Take her out for a meal night ends up with, let's call for a takeaway, right? There's your meal for 2 out, right? And we know what we're talking about. So kind of all the romance and the glitz and the glam and the sparkle kind of can go out of a relationship. And if that's the case in your situation and this card comes into the fray, it's probably saying it's time to spice things up again, right? It's time to, get back to that romantic cycle that you had at the beginning. Do you know, one day that I hate in a year is Valentine's Day, right? And the reason that I dislike Valentine's Day, one, it's commercialized, right? Commercial businesses love Valentine's Day. They sell the most cards, they sell the most boxes of chocolates, the roses, etc. And everything is expensive, right? And the retail trade make an absolute packet from Valentine's Day. And for a lot of couples, Valentine's Day is the one day and the only day in a whole year that a couple will tell each other, I love you. And the rest of the year is like business as normal, right? And we don't find that we need to tell each other how much we love each other. In the 8.5 years that I've been with my now fiance, every single day I tell him I love him and vice versa. Every day is Valentine's Day. I don't need a Valentine Day, just to say to him how much he means to me. He's my world, and, he's been there when nobody else has ever been there for me. He's not just my fiance, he's my best friend, he's my soulmate. But, in many, many relationships, the fun part is always at the beginning, right? That honeymoon period. And then it might fizzle down a little bit, and then they get married, and then they spice it up again, right? It's a time when they get married, so they make an extra effort from the time that you got engaged to the time you get married. And then you have the marriage and you have the honeymoon period, right? And then it just dwindles out after that, right? And we forget to spice it up again, unless it's an anniversary, and then we remember. Whereas, every day should be a new romantic cycle. Every day should be a new beginning kind of thing. We should do. So he's doing his thing, usually gaming, etc. And he's allowing me to do my readings every night and spend hours with you. And he knows that's important to me. And I love him for that. And vice versa. He's free to do what he wants to do in his time as well. But we do have together time as well, and that is so important. And if you're not in a relationship just now, Sparkles, and you're waiting for that Mr. Right to come along, that's the other side of this card, right? Because this other side of the card is saying that there is someone round the corner who is going to be your number one. He's going to brighten up your world and make the world a better place. And it's a new moon in Libra. The new moon talks about letting go of old things that are stagnant, things that are stale, and make room for new things coming in. Whether it's a new relationship or an existent one that needs to be spiced up, it doesn't matter. Both relate to this card, and it's a daily reminder, and it's a lovely, beautiful reminder that life is too short. It's like the words of that song, and it's one of my favourite songs. If tomorrow never comes, will he know how much I love him? Think about those words for a minute. If tomorrow never comes, did you tell the person that you truly, truly love today how much that person means to you? And if you didn't, think of it this way. If you didn't tell the person that you love with all your heart and soul today how much they mean to you, and that person was no longer there tomorrow, how would you feel that you didn't have that chance to tell them how much they meant to you before they passed away? And then you live with that regret, don't you? Oh, I wish I'd said this. I wish I'd told him or her what I felt. Now it's too late. Spirit will argue with you all the time that it's never too late, because even though we didn't have time on the earth plane to say the things that we wanted to say to them before they passed, hear our thoughts. They can still hear what's going on in our minds, and they still know. So if you're, do you know what? I wish I'd told my gran that I loved her. You just did, right? It's a bit like Susan. Susan called for her granddad. Our granddad heard and came through during this reading. Spirit can read thoughts. So even though in the scheme of things we feel bad for not telling them how much they meant to us before they passed away, doesn't mean to say you'll never be able to have that moment. You can. You simply let them know. I just wanted to let you know. I know you're in spirit, and I know that you can hear me, and I just want you to know I love you. And maybe never said it enough times while you were here on the earth plane, but I'm telling you now that I love you and I miss you, and you're always in my heart. They will hear you loud, proud and clear. They will always hear you. So it's never ever too late. But we can still make sure that every single day we pick up the phone to those that we love and tell them every single day how much they mean to us, so that we can avoid that. So Sparkles, I hope this had made sense to you. While I've been reading your card, somebody has been showing me a small dog. I'd like to say it's a white dog, but I feel there was other colours on this dog. But there is a white dog with speckles of colour, and it's not a big dog. I feel it's like a small dog, kind of like a terrier size of dog. But I don't know if you can relate to or know this dog in spirit. But there is a dog around you. Hello everyone. Thank you for the follows. Hello again, Lindsay. Thank you for the follows, everyone. So, thank you so much, Sparkles, for asking for a reading. I do hope that reading made sense. I know I go into a lot of detail, but I would rather give more detail than less detail. But the short of the story is, there's new romantic cycle coming into your life, and when things are starting to pull you down, or life is pulling you down, and you feel that you're getting drawn into the negative, always veer to the positive. You know, maybe stay away from the social media side of things, or the news, or the papers, or whatever. Always follow your intuition, right? Daily meditation, daily affirmations, they are key to getting out of the matrix, right? Staying away from news bulletins, news reels, or whatever else. A lot of people will say to me, do I miss the news? Hell no. When's the last time we listened to a news article that was positive? Never, right? It's all negative. Why is it negative? Because the matrix knows if they keep us in the negative, we don't rise, right? Negative is a low vibration. Positive is a high vibration, right? Control, ego, manipulation, That's all on jealousy, greed. All of that is on the lower vibration. Love, positivity, kindness, following your intuition, being, doing you, and not, following your own intuition, your own heart, and not the words of others. That self-love, loving yourself unconditionally, no matter what people think of you, that's a higher vibration. Right? That's the vibration that the Matrix do not want you to be there, because when you reach the higher vibration, you get the universal codes that wake you up and let you see the real world and let you see what the Matrix is about. Pretty scary stuff, the Matrix, let me tell you. That's why I don't want to be in the Matrix. And I'm quite happy being who I am, etc. I'd rather be a starseed than be in the Matrix. That's just who I am. But I hope that has helped. Okay. Isa. So we've got Isa, Audrey and Jenny. Now, have I missed any of my subscribers out in that list? Because people do come in while I'm talking and I don't always see everybody. So for my subscribers that I haven't read for yet, I've got Isa, Audrey and Jenny. If I've missed anyone, please give me a shout. Isa, what 2 cards would you like? You're more than welcome. Yeah, no news is peace of mind, you're right. Do you know what? I don't miss the television. I don't miss news articles. I certainly don't miss politics. I have no time whatsoever for politics. It just, nope. Don't have time for it. One of each, no problem, Isa. You've got it. For all everyone that's just joined and are new to me, we do have an addition to my nightly readings. This little fella behind us. This is my little baby boy Rio. He's normally in the living room with his dad and the other parrot that we've got, Rocky. But over the last couple of times I've gone live, this little chap, who's a real mummy's boy, has just been vocal in the living room, wanting through here with me. So you're going to see a lot more of this little guy, because where I go, this guy wants to go with me as well. So he's my little spiritual bird helper in the background. He's actually been quite good. A few tweaks here and there. Here we go, but he's actually been quite good. I know, isn't he cute? He's my little baby. He's very much a one-woman bird. So I think he was kind of just letting my wonderful partner know, I don't want to be in here. I want to be where my mum is. I can hear my mum's voice, but I can't see her. And it was stressing him out. So you're now going to see a lot more of Rio, my little African grey feather baby in the corner there. He has been good, I have to say. So I think he's just been enjoying watching me do my thing, and I think he's probably amazed that he can see his mummy on the camera as well, and himself. He does love himself, that bird. He loves mirrors and looking at himself, so yeah. Oh, he's giving you a wave. Now and again he lifts his little paw and gives a wave. Okay. I swear that bird knows every word that I'm saying. But when I was with my ex, Rio used to be a really, really good talker. And when I was with my ex, I was working full-time as a carer. And I couldn't understand why Rio went from being a talker to a non-talker. And it was when I left my ex and moved in with my current fiance 8.5 years ago, I remember saying, I wish I could get this little guy to talk, but he's for some reason stopped talking. And I did a little bit of meditation on it, and I was asking my guides, please help me to get this little guy to talk again, because he, you know, he's very fond of me, and I actually thought it was because he's seen the abuse that I was going through, and it probably upset him, and he stopped talking. And 9 out of 10 times, my ex would throw things at the cages to get the birds to be quiet when I was at work, or he would shout at them, and he was really nasty to them. And I found out that he obviously couldn't do it with the other bird because the other bird is a biter, but Rio is so placid. And I found out that he tried to strangle my little baby boy, and Rio's never spoke again since. On saying that, about a month ago, he said his first word. So he's getting there. He's starting to trust a little bit, and he's starting to trust my partner a little bit. But yeah, my ex was evil, absolutely evil, and he was not very kind to the birds. They were my mum's birds, and I inherited them when my mum passed away. And the other one that does talk, he still has my mum's voice. So I would not part with them, because it's like having a part of my mum here with us. So I've been working with Rio to build up his courage and to let him know he is safe here with myself and my partner. He knows my partner is so loving and so kind, and he is getting there. So he's a very special bird to me. Thank you for the roses. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the love. I know. I hate people that are cruel to animals. Absolutely hate it. It's not that he hated animals because he used to have pets as a child himself. It's just that everyone that I love, he tried to destroy. When I told him I was bringing my mum's parrots home, the first thing he says, over my dead body, you're not bringing those parrots. And I said, his very words were, you're not bringing those parrots into my house. Don't tell me I can't do something, right? And certainly don't tell me it is your house and not ours. So I brought the parrots in. And then there was one day I was at work, and he had a brother who stayed in Doncaster. And when I was at work, he knew that I was on an 8-hour shift. And his brother was up for a few days' holiday. And the brother said to me, will you sell me your parrots? And I said, no, they're not for sale for any price. They are my mum's birds. Now that particular day, call it fate, call it what you want. But my manager said, do you know what? You've done so much work today, you can get away an hour early. So I got home an hour early. Thank the goddess I did. Because as I was coming in the door, my then brother-in-law, who was up visiting, was wheeling the cages out the door. And I said to him, what the heck is going on? And he said, oh, my brother's just sold the birds and I'm taking them to Doncaster with us. And I said, you can give him the £25 back for the birds, and you can go to Doncaster without them. And he said, you can't do that, I've just sold them. And I said, they're not your birds to sell, but I'll tell you this, feel free to take them out the door, but you'll have a police escort following you all the way down to Doncaster, because I will phone the police to let them know that you have stolen my birds. Needless to say, he gave my ex his £25 back, and I got to keep the birds. There was massive arguments over it, but fate stepped in, and these two birds could have, my two birds could have been in Doncaster had I not finished early. So I always say the universe and spirit work in remarkable ways. But when I got my freedom from him, they got their freedom as well. So, and they couldn't ask for a better daddy as well, I suppose, because my partner absolutely adores both of them. So, yeah. Yep, definitely. It wasn't just me that got away from abuse, they got their freedom as well. The other bird that you can hear in the background is Rocky. He's more of a daddy's bird. So Rocky is in the living room quite happy whistling to his dad, and Rio's in here. So Rio is going to be my sidekick on all my lives. So you're going to see a lot more of this little guy. Okay, going back to Isa. Uncored relationships is your unicorn card. Uncored relationships and let go. And for your moon card, what do you need to release? Oh, wow. Okay, uncored, and what do you need to release? Okay, uncored, let go. Forgiveness is freedom. All right? So many people come into our lives to hurt us, to control or to belittle us. And it can leave a bitter taste or trauma in our lives. And we end up hating them, disliking them, wanting to just, so many people will say to me, I can never forgive my ex, or I could never forgive my friend for what they did, what they said. People that have been bullied all their life, they find it really, really difficult to forgive, right? If I was to say to somebody tomorrow that had gone through abuse, the best thing you can do is, one, leave. Never stay in an abusive relationship or a negative relationship. It's not going to end positively, it's going to end negatively. And never stay where there is no love and there is only control. But relationships can also mean friends as well. Some friends come to us as friends, and they actually are stabbing us behind the back. They come as enemies, hidden enemies. They come as sheep, but they are actually in wolf's clothing. They're actually the big bad wolf, but they come as sheep. They come as friends. They say all the right things. They do all the right things. And bit by bit, they will hurt you, or they will work with others to hurt you, right? So they will encourage others to fall out with you or to unfriend you. That could be for many reasons. It could be jealousy. Maybe you've got a good circle of friends and they have very few. You've got a good life, they've got a bad life, right? And when that happens, people that are going through a lot of hardship like to bring other people down, if that makes sense. Oh my goodness me. Oh, bless. Yeah, and that's the thing, we learn from it. We learn from the people that hurt us. And you know, if somebody is hurting you, whether it's a friend, whether it's an ex, whether it's a partner, even our parents, even our sisters and brothers, right? Just because they're family doesn't mean to say that they've still got the right to hurt you. They haven't, right? And I get it all the time from people that come and say, but I can't walk away because that's my mum, or that's my dad, or that's my sister, or that's my brother. They're family. How can I, you know, how can I cut them out of my life? They're family, right? They're family by blood, but they're also family by human race, right? But do you know what? The most honest family member is a stranger that loves you for who you are, that treats you like a daughter, that treats you like a mom, that treats you like a sister or a brother, right? But yet then you're not connected to them by blood. You're connected to them by spirit, but not by blood, right? When you look at the world in all of its, with people, animals, right? We're all connected. We're all family, right? Rio's my feathered family, right? Rocky's my other feathered family, right? If you've got a dog, they're still family, right? You've got pets, they're still family. Friends, close friends, you treat them like family, right? You trust them and you talk to them. We can have friends today and they're gone tomorrow. So who says we can't let go of family that are abusing or controlling? We can. We have that choice, right? Even if it's a parent, when we get to adulthood, the parent, you know, we cut the cords with our parents and we have children of our own, or we go on to have lives of our own, right? We break away from the parental sort of ring, as it were. If we're close to our parents, we still keep contact, but we still break away. We cut the cords. But as adults as well, if a parent, sister, brother, uncle, auntie, or whatever have been abusive or negative towards us, cut the cord and don't feel guilty about it. And more importantly, forgive them for hurting you. And you might think I'm crazy when I'm saying that, right? But if somebody is hurting you, do they want your forgiveness? That's the last thing on this earth that they want, is your forgiveness, right? Because if you forgive them, you found your freedom. Because they can't control you anymore. The last words I said to my ex was, have a good life. I won't forget the wrong that you've done because I've learned from it. But I forgive you for all of your wrongs. Because the karma that is coming your way is yours and yours alone. I don't own any of it. So if I can, with a clear head and a clear heart, say, I forgive you for doing the wrong. And you have to live with that. And I walked out the door and I never spoke to the man again. He did try and contact me so many times and I ignored him. But it's a time for uncording relationships. Let go now. Forgiveness is freedom. When you let go of your enemies or those that don't like you or those that hurt you, with even family, you find a freedom, right? But if you hold grudges or you keep them in your life so that they can, just because they're blood family, for them to use and abuse and to hurt you, you're not free. And you never will be. Until you can actually say, do you know what, I'm done. I love you with all my heart, but I'm done. I'm walking away. I'm wishing you well with your life. I forgive all the wrong that you've done, but I'm walking away. And I wish you happiness and joy in whatever life brings to you. Done and dusted. You've cut the cord. That gives you true freedom. They no longer have control over you. And that can be any relationship, whether it's a friendship relationship, whether it's a family relationship, or whether even if it's a colleague at work. It doesn't matter. It's knowing that you are worthy of respect. You are worthy of love, and you are worthy of being treated with kindness and love. Anything less, let go. What do you need to release? What are you holding on to from the past that is negative? Whatever it is that you need to release, the waning moon, which will be the next towards the new moon, is asking you, start now writing down the things that you no longer serves you. People that have hurt you in the past, situations that you've been hurt, negative thinking, any traumas that you've had in the past, write it all down, and on a new moon burn it. And again, it's a case of releasing what you don't need in this life, and what you don't need to bring into the present and into the future. Leave it where it belongs in the past, right? If it happened today and then you go in tomorrow, make tomorrow a new day. Leave it in today. Leave it in the yesterday. Leave it in the past. It doesn't serve you, or it won't serve you in the present. It never will. It'll just weigh you down. And the further that you carry that hurt and negativity into the present, into the future and beyond, the heavier that burden becomes. And it will enslave you rather than free you. So let it go. Write it down, burn it, cast it to the four winds, or bury it in the earth. Whichever way feels right for you. But the main thing is release it. Cut the cords and let go. Find your freedom. You deserve your freedom. So I hope, Isa, that this makes sense to you. And I know that earlier on you were saying, get me out of the matrix, right? So chances are this is exactly what the card is saying. It's choosing positivity, love, the higher vibration, rather than getting pulled down into the lower vibration. And I can certainly help you with that. All my subscribers do get one-to-one anytime they want. They can message me anytime they want with advice or help. I actually had one of my subscribers reach out to me today with very similar requests for help. They just felt stuck in a rut. And I'm working one-to-one with her as we speak. It's what I'm happy to do. Because the more people that we can get out of the matrix, the freer that the world will be, the better place it will be. Don't get me wrong, the matrix knows that there are light workers like me that are exposing them, let's just say. But will it stop me from getting the word out and helping you wonderful people? No. You either like me or you loathe me. I'm good either way. I'll still be here tomorrow and the next day and the next day, bringing messages of positivity, love and light. Yep, definitely. Oh, I'm so glad. Okay, chili. Thank you, Jenny. Chili. Okay. Thank you, Jenny, for letting me know. Okay, so Chellyy. Welcome, Chili. So Chelly is also on the list. Okay, so Chelly, you are on the list for a 2-card reading, and welcome to being my subscriber. Hello, beautiful. Now, if you're on Facebook, make sure you're following me here on TikTok. Go to my profile. On my website, you will see, I've got my website link on my profile. You will see my website link. Click on my website, flick left to the second page. That's got all my social media links on it, including my subscribers group. Now, when you click join that group, one of the questions it will ask is, what is your TikTok name? All right. Make sure you fill in your TikTok name, because if I don't have your TikTok name, I can't add you to the group, just because I've had so many people that say they're subscribers and they're not. When I check the TikTok, then they're not. So if you're on Facebook and you join the group, just put Shelley on the questions and answers that you get at the beginning, and I'll add you to that group. And then if you send me a friend request, I can add you to the chat group as well. So welcome. We also have a subscriber only readings night every Saturday evening. And only subscribers like yourself will get in there. So they're the only ones that will see the subscriber live every Saturday. This Saturday is the last Saturday of the month, so I'll also be doing a free prize draw for all my subscribers on the Saturday night readings night. So good luck to all my subscribers. Somebody is going to be winning a crystal handcrafted jewellery item that I make myself. Can't wait to find out who that is. So okay, so we've got Audrey next, then Jenny, and then our new subscriber Shelley. If anybody would like a 2-card reading tonight, it is a swan gift. Unless you're a subscriber, subscribers get 2 free card readings every time I go live. Even on a gift night, they don't have to gift because they've already subscribed. So do we still have Audrey? I knew you were going to say that, Isa. Isa's like, I want that jewellery. I'm there. Hello, Sky. Welcome. Ah, okay. Oh, perfect. Is that the one that you were telling me about, Isa? Is it Flora? Did I get that right? Well, if she just puts Flora on the when she joins the Facebook group, I'll know who she is. Flora or Shelley is fine. It doesn't matter if you're not in the Facebook group. All my readings my Facebook subscriber group is just a place where these live readings and my subscriber live readings and stuff can be added into the subscriber Facebook group. If you're not on Facebook and you're a subscriber, it's fine, because I still share them on my Lady Moonlight YouTube channel. You'll find the link to my YouTube channel on my bio here on TikTok. It's all in my website. You'll find all my social media links on my website. Okay, well, welcome Isa's sister. Lovely to have you with us. Okay, Audrey, what 2 cards would you like if we've still got Audrey? Hello, Nina. Do we still have Audrey with us? Let me just check, because I know people do come and go. Let me just have a check on my list. Let's see who we've got. We've got Jenny. I think maybe Audrey has maybe gone. Okay, I think Audrey's maybe disappeared. I'm going to put Audrey at the top so that if she comes back, because sometimes Audrey comes in and out. Audrey is the subscriber that has the user name at the front, Jenny. Jenny's one of my moderators, so I'm going to put Audrey's name at the top so that if she does come back, she'll still get it. Okay, Jenny. What 2 cards would you like, Jen? Hello, G. Welcome. Hello, Jenny. What 2 cards would you like? Okay, let's do one of each for you. Get the best of both worlds. Let's do a unicorn and a moon card. Okay. So for anyone that is thinking of subscribing and wondering what benefits you get as a subscriber, every time I go live, even on a gift night like tonight, subscribers will get a 2 card reading every single time, and it's free. So they don't have to gift a swan to get a 2 card reading. They will automatically get a 2 card reading every time I go live. If they're on Facebook, they'll get added to my Facebook group. And if they wish, they can get added to the chat room as well. To get added to the chat room, they would need to send me a friend request on Facebook so that I can add them to the messenger chat. But that's entirely up to them. If they're not on Facebook, it's fine. I share these live videos on my YouTube channel as well. They also have Saturday night private readings, which are for subscribers only. The last Saturday of every month, subscribers will get added to a free prize draw. And that's this Saturday, where I choose a piece of my handcrafted jewellery, and I have got loads of them. I will be selling some of them very shortly on TikTok, so watch this space. But I'm going to be giving some of my crystal jewellery away every month to my subscribers. So that's every last Saturday of the month. That's what I give back to my subscribers for subscribing. It just saves them from gifting to get a card. They have their own private readings night, which is a Saturday night. It's a lot more quieter, so it means that everybody gets a reading because it's a smaller group. Whereas in the larger group, not everybody can get a reading, especially on a free readings night. My free readings, Jenny will tell you, my free readings night, they are immensely busy. And if you're a subscriber, it just means that you skip the queue, because subscribers will get priority over the free readings. Also, on the free readings night, everybody gets a 1 card reading because it's free, but subscribers will always get that 2 card reading. And it's just my way of giving back to those that chose to subscribe to my readings. I like to give back. It's kind of universal law, you know, give and receive in equal amounts. We shouldn't just give and not have something back. And we shouldn't take without giving as well. Everything in equal amounts. Okay. So, Jenny. Oh my gosh, I'm sure even though we've shuffled these cards, they've come out again. Cosmic Sapphire has come out again. And this card has come out for the second time tonight. Conclusions are within reach is your moon card. So let's start with Cosmic Sapphire. Act with honor and integrity and speak your truth. All right? And again, sometimes we like to help everybody, even though that they are more than happy to hurt us. But when you work with Cosmic Sapphire is saying to you, be yourself, speak your truth. Don't sugarcoat anything for anyone just to please them, just to be a people pleaser. You know, it's okay being a people pleaser, but what about Jenny? Who is Jenny pleasing? Is Jenny pleasing Jenny? No. Jenny's pleasing the world and everybody else and putting Jenny last, right? And that's not being true to you, right? I feel everybody around, or a lot of people around you in your friend circle and family circle, they all want a piece of Jenny, right? They're all, we need your help, Jenny. We need your advice, Jenny. If somebody's got problems and troubles, the first one they're going to call on is Jenny, right? So Jenny's getting it all directions. And it's almost like you're piggy in the middle, if that makes sense. Hello, Nikki. Welcome. Hello, G. To get a reading, it's a gift-only reading tonight. So to get a 2-card reading, you need to gift a swan. If you're a subscriber, you would already get a 2-card reading free. Tomorrow night is free readings night. So Tuesday and a Thursday night is my free readings night. Monday, Wednesday and Friday are my gift-only readings, unless you're a subscriber. And it's a 2-card reading for a swan. Saturday night is subscriber-only private readings. That's kind of how it works. I've just put a post on my profile with the schedule and when I'm free, what my gift readings are, etc., etc. So check that out. Hello. I'm doing well, thank you. Oh wow, I'm glad I've turned up 5 times on somebody's For You page when I'm doing live. Again, to get a reading, it's a swan gift to get a 2-card reading, or if you're a subscriber, you get a 2-card reading every time I'm live, absolutely free. Tomorrow night is free readings night for everyone. So if non-subscribers tomorrow night would get a 1-card free reading, and subscribers would always still get that 2-card reading free. That's how it goes. All the information is on my pinned post on TikTok profile page. So going back to Jenny's reading, act with honor, integrity, and speak your truth. All right. It's okay to be a people pleaser, but speak your truth, right? If something doesn't resonate with you and somebody is trying to get you to agree to something that you don't agree to, or to get you to do something or say something that you really don't want to do or say, speak your truth. You know, if they don't like it, tough, right? It's easy to sugarcoat something and say, yeah, I'll do it just to keep the peace, right? But are you being true to you in doing that? No, right? Will you get respect for it? No. But I'll tell you one thing, when you start speaking your truth, and I've learned this the hard way over the many years, when you start speaking your truth and you take no shit, basically, right? That's when you find your freedom. And that's when you find your way back to you. So help those that help Jenny. The ones that don't help Jenny back in return and just take, or abuse, or attack, cut the cords. And don't feel guilty about it, right? Because you deserve love, respect and kindness. We all do. Anything less should never ever be accepted, right? We should never ever accept bad words, bad behaviours. We should never ever expect somebody to come into our lives and control us. If they do, cut the cords, right? Wish them well with their life, but cut the cords and walk away. Always speak your truth. If something doesn't feel right, tell them, no, I'm not doing it. If somebody's asking you to say something that you really don't want to say no thank you. You know, or if somebody's trying to pull you into an argument that you really don't want to be part of, say no thank you, I'm staying out of this one. This is not my fight, this is not my battle. If you want a battle, be my guest, but leave me out of it. I'm not playing piggy in the middle either. So that is Cosmic Sapphire's advice. So if there's people in your life that's trying to bring you down, that's trying to get you to do something against your will, or that just doesn't fit right, or it doesn't feel right, and you just feel you have to say or do things just to get them off your back, even though you don't mean that, right? Those little white lies. Never tell a little white lie to please somebody. Be yourself, right? What's the worst thing that can happen when we be ourselves? People take a huff and they walk out the door, right? Well, if they do take the huff and walk out the door, right, they're seeing themselves out, right? They're letting you know, I can't control you, so I'm walking out of your life, right? So you've really lost nothing. But the ones that you tell truth to and they stay with you no matter what, they're the true friends, they're the true family. And you're being true to yourself in doing that. When I left my 30 years marriage, which was an abusive marriage, I found my freedom. Because I was free to think for myself, to do for myself and to be me. Without me having to walk on eggshells to please somebody. Because if I didn't walk on eggshells and I didn't say and I didn't do the right things, there was a fist coming. Right? So I had to do his bidding, otherwise I was going to be the target. Was that love? No, that was control. And I walked away from that control. And I learned a valuable lesson. If it's not love, and if it's not allowing you to be who you are, then cut the cords. You deserve more. And I learned the lesson so well that I now help other people that are going through abuse and bullying, etc. I've been there, done it, worn the t-shirt. Who better to help somebody to get out of that situation than somebody that's already been knee-deep in it? I lost contact with my family for 30 years over that evil man. My little pal behind me here almost got throttled to death with him. Not because he was a noisy parrot, not because he was a good talker, simply because he belonged to me, and I loved this bird with all my heart, and I still do. And he tried to take this little guy away from me. And when that didn't work, he tried to sell him behind my back as well, and that didn't work. Luckily, I left his sorry backside 8.5 years ago. And both myself and my birds have found freedom with me and my wonderful fiancé. So, lesson learned. I'm glad that can resonate with you. Conclusions are within reach, all right? So if there is a debate going around, or you're waiting for something, or you're waiting for a specific outcome on something, and it seems to be taking forever and a day, right? Maybe it's results from something. Maybe it's you're waiting on an exam result or some sort of placement result or whatever. If that's the case, is going to be here sooner than you think. Will it be positive results? Definitely, right? It's going to be positive conclusions because it's a full moon in eclipse, right? And any full moon is positive. It's new beginnings, it's positive. It's moving forward in a positive way. So when we learn to release the negative people, negative situations and negative things in our life, and we learn to forgive them, and we start speaking our truth, whether somebody hates it or not, we find our freedom. And then anything that we put our mind to, and any news that we're waiting on, is going to come, and it's always going to be positive news. So if you're waiting for results of something, or if you're waiting for legal matters to be resolved, or you're waiting for a letter giving a decision of any kind, it's coming sooner than you think. And if you're thinking that it's going to be negative, I'm being told, no, it's not. It's going to be good news. So you're going to be receiving good news in the very near future rather than the distant future. So I hope that that has meaning for you, and I hope that helps. Okay, so we now go on to Shelley, which is our beautiful Isa's sister. Shelley, what 2 cards would you like? Yay! Well, if you are still waiting on something, it's going to be good news, girl. And it's coming very shortly. It's just round the corner. Okay. Unicorn for Shelley. Let's do 2 unicorns. Oh, unicorn and moon. Okay, you got one of each. Let's go for it. Now, Shelley, I did do a reading for you on Saturday night. I'm going to post it in the subscribers group and on the Mystic Witch YouTube channel later on today. I was meant to do it today, but today has just been one of these days that has... But I was hoping for a nice, quiet Monday. Yeah, never happens, does it? When we're looking for a quiet Monday to do things and to do a catch-up. We never get it. But I did do a reading for you as well because your sister kindly let me know you were trying to subscribe on Saturday to get into the live and couldn't get in. So I'm delighted you finally got to subscribe, and that reading will be shared on the Mystic Witch. I do have 2 YouTube channels. The Mystic Witch one I keep for all my Saturday subscriber lives only. And the Lady Moonlight one, all my live readings, including this one, get shared on the Lady Moonlight one. And the subscribers group on Facebook as well. But I'm so happy to have you as a subscriber. So a warm welcome. All right. I can see you and your sister fighting for this jewellery on Saturday night. In fact, I can see a few people fighting for this jewellery. This jewellery on Saturday night. You know what? Depends on how busy the room is. I might even stretch it to 2 gifts, the 2 prizes this week, just because this month. Just because, well, we're on the first month of the new year, right? Do you know what? I might just do that. How does that sound to all my subscribers? Having 2 prizes for the first month of the year instead of just the 1 prize. Who would like a 2 prize giveaway? So we can have a first prize and a second prize. How does that sound? Okay. I do like to spoil my subscribers, I have to say. So yeah, let's go for 2 prizes instead of 1. 2 for the price of 1. Yay! I knew Isa would get excited over that one. Yeah, let's do 2. 2's better than 1 any day, right? So that's what we're going to do. We're going to have 2 prizes. Okay. Let's shuffle these cards for our Shelley. Okay. So, your unicorn card. Cosmic Ruby is your beautiful unicorn card. Cosmic Ruby. How beautiful is that card? And your moon card, a win-win outcome, is forecast. A win-win outcome. So let's start with the Cosmic Ruby. Be a peace ambassador. Practice cosmic mastery. All right, so how do we be a peace ambassador? How do we practice cosmic mastery? Well, first of all, what is cosmic mastery, right? Cosmic mastery is working at that higher level, right? Our universal light masters, right? The ones, the hierarchy in universal realms, right? Star seeds, like myself, but the star seeds that guide from the other side rather than the earth plane. Ascending masters, we call them, right? So how, star seeds are peacemakers. Like they bring love and peace and joy into the world and try and guide others to do the same and to pull people out of the matrix. And that's because we're working at that higher vibration. And we're out of the matrix. We can see a lot more than what other people are seeing. We can accept and we can also give universal codes to awaken and enlighten everybody. So how can we be a peace ambassador and practice that cosmic mastery? Well, one way is daily affirmations, right? Positive affirmations, right? And I have 5 positive affirmations that I use every day that anyone can use. And they all start with just for today. Just for today, I will not be angry, or I will not anger. Just for today, I will not worry, because worry is a negative emotion. Just for today, I will do my work with honesty and integrity. Just for today, I will count my many blessings. Just for today, I will do my work with honesty and integrity. That's the one we've just done. And just for today, I will be kind to all living things. That's your 5 affirmations that I use every day, because you're telling yourself to be positive every single day, just for today. Not tomorrow, not the next day. Living in the moment, just for today. So every morning when I wake up, I will just do my dream journal, because I always keep dream journals before I even get out of bed. Any dreams that I have, I write down in my dream journal. And then I do my 5 affirmations. Just for today, I will not anger. Just for today, I will not worry. Just for today, I will count my many blessings. Just for today, I will do my work with honesty and integrity. And just for today, I will be kind to all living things. And when you keep to those 5 affirmations, even if somebody comes into your life that day and tries to make you angry, when you tell yourself, just for today, I'm not going to get angry. Instead, I'm just going to walk away. Instead of getting angry, I'm just going to walk away. And you walk away. Thank you for the gifts, everyone. Just for today, I will not worry. Worry, again, is a negative emotion. And where does worry get us? Nowhere, right? Sometimes we worry about things that never happen. right? I'm worried in case I don't get that job. Well, worst case scenario, you don't get the job. Are you any better off or worse off than you were before you applied the job? No, you're still the same, right? So what was the point in worrying? Because if you don't get that job anyway, you can apply for another one. There's no point in worrying about it. If you dropped a glass of milk, right? What's the point in worrying about it? You can't pick the milk up. But you can pour yourself another glass of milk, problem solved. If you break a cup or a glass, worst case scenario, right? You're one glass down. Best case scenario, you can go and buy another one. It's not a great loss, kind of thing. Worrying just brings us down to that lower level, and then we can't find peace. If we're worried all the time, we'll never find peace. Whereas if it's going to happen, it's going to happen anyway. There's nothing we can do about it. We just have to deal with it at the time. And if we don't worry about something that's not even happened yet, then we're living in a positive all of the time. I never worry about what's going to happen tomorrow. Heaven knows I might not wake up tomorrow. So what's the point in worrying about something that's not even happened yet? If I do wake up, one of the things I tell myself is I count my many blessings. And one of the things I do tell myself every day is, if I wake up, thank you, universe, for allowing me to live another day. Thank you for allowing me to wake up, because so many people today will not wake up. So I'm blessed that I'm actually waking up. So counting your blessings every day is keeping positivity and working at that higher level, practicing to be a peacemaker rather than bringing negativity into the world. Heaven knows the world's got enough negativity. So if I feel that there's maybe been a lot of people bringing you down, if that makes sense, whether it's through their words or their judgments, whether it's through lack of understanding, because they don't really know the real you, right? They don't really know the real Flora. They don't really know you, but they're quite happy to judge you on the words or advice of others, right? Do you know what? People will judge us in life, whether they know us or not, right? And it doesn't matter what we do or what we say, they're going to judge us. Do you know what? Let them judge. Keep being you, because you're beautiful and you're okay just the way you are. The universe made you perfect, right? So people, when you realize that, others people's judgments of you, in the big scheme of things, really don't matter. It really doesn't matter. Let them judge you. Just carry on being you. Remember, there's only one you. The universe never repeats itself. It only makes people individual and different, and that makes everybody special. So why should you want to be somebody else when you're just good enough yourself? All right? So it's a case of be you. Be true to you, right? And live your life, your light, your truth. And when you do that, the right people will follow you. The right people will see your beautiful light, and you can guide others into that light as well. And you'll keep a positive circle around you. As for the negative ones, they don't like this light. Negative people, dark souls, they do not like light workers' light. They will try everything in their power to dim your light. Never allow it. Keep shining. The more they try and dim it, shine it even brighter. Turn up the heat, right? If you've got a little small flame and they're trying to douse that flame, put some more fuel on it. Shine even brighter, right? That's what I do now. I never, I've been 50 years being controlled and abused and bullied. That's half a lifetime. And I refuse, point blank now, to be used, abused, or controlled or bullied. And I'm thankful I've met a wonderful man in my life. We are together, we are soulmates. But we're free to do our own thing. He allows me the freedom to come on every evening for 3-4 hours at a time and give my time to you wonderful people. And he gives up his time with me to allow me to do that. But so too in return do I give him his space to do the things that he wants to do. But we love each other unconditionally. And we get each other, we understand each other. And, you know, when you find two positive souls, you know, he's a male witch, I'm a female witch, we work beautifully together. We've been together not just in this lifetime, but in a past life as well. So it was destiny that we met again in this life. But having him by my side helps me as well, because we're both like-minded. We're both free-spirited, but yet we're a close and very protective couple. I will help him through his dark days and vice versa, and we just bounce off one another. And that's been a true light worker. Your second card, a win-win outcome is forecast. All right? So I feel that is something that you're working towards, or that you're waiting for an outcome of some kind, and you're wondering, is this going to end well, or is it going to end badly? Well, providing you be yourself, be true to yourself and who you are, right? And be honest with yourself and others. This outcome is a win-win situation, right? It's going to end well for you and anyone else that's involved. So if you're thinking, I hope this is not going to end negatively, it's not, right? You've got the violet moon here. You've got the full moon in Libra. Full moons are positive. New beginnings, good outcomes rather than negative outcomes. So when the full moon's on your side, you've absolutely nothing to worry about. So I hope that has meaning for you. And thank you so much for subscribing. Oh, I'm so glad it's resonating. How beautiful is that? Now, Jenny, do we have any more readings that I've missed? Because I think Shelley was the last one on the list. Unless we've got Audrey. Did Audrey come back? I don't know if Audrey came back. Ah, she's back. Yay, Audrey's back. We did shout you out earlier, but you were missing in action. But I kept your name at the top of the list. That's why I said, is Audrey back? Yay, she's back. Whoop, whoop. Okay, Audrey, what 2 cards would you like before you disappear on us again? No problem. You know what? We know sometimes people go on and in and out and in and out, but if they do, I always keep my subscriber's name at the top of the list. That's why I was saying to Jenny, is Audrey back yet? Is she back? Don't want to miss out on Audrey. What 2 cards would you like? You might be able to hear my other parrot in the living room. He's obviously having a wee chit-chat with his dad. This guy's been absolutely... for his first night on my live, he's been absolutely a star. He hasn't said very much at all. Okay, 2 moon for Audrey. So who would love to see Rio on all my lives? I don't think I've got much of a choice, because I think now that Rio's just made himself home in here, I think he just likes it is a peaceful room in here. This is our spiritual room. And I just think he's more settled in here. Whereas when he was in the living room with his dad and I was through here, it's like he could hear me in here, and he just wanted to be by his mom. Oh, thank you. He is. He's a sweetheart. He's just a big softie, really. He's been through hell and back as well with my ex, so I'm just so glad. And I'm so glad he didn't get pinched and taken down to Doncaster, because his brother was quite evil as well. So I'm glad they got to stay with us. Don't get me wrong, he does love my fiancé as well, but he's a mummy's boy. The other one is very much his daddy's boy. But Rio, well, Rio's, as you can see, he's quite happy. And plus I can stroke Rio, but I can't stroke Rocky. Rocky's a wild bird, but Rio, you can actually just, he'll get a cuddle. He'll put his head down for a cuddle. He just loves being cuddled and stroked and made a fuss of. He's just a big baby, really. So yeah, but he misses me when I'm doing my readings. So we decided to try him for the first time tonight. Oh, thank you, Jenny. But he is. He's just a sweetheart. He has started to speak a few words, but not very often. I've been working for him for 8.5 years, and I think it was about 2 months ago he said his very first word. But trauma does that to animals as well. When you've got somebody that's cruel to them, like my ex was cruel when I was working full time. You expect your husband to look after your beloved pets when you're working, and he was being really nasty to them. So it wasn't just me that went through the mill. Both Rio and his brother Rocky through the other room, they went through hell as well. But they've now got a peaceful, free home with us. So Rio is going to be my little sidekick on all my future readings. So you're going to see a lot more of little Rio. I can't guarantee he's going to be as quiet as he is tonight, because Rio has his moments. And brand new for him to be here in my readings group, or my readings. Okay, we've got 2 cards that have stuck together here. So these 2 cards are definitely meant for you, Audrey. Thank you for following. Thank you to everyone who's followed. Okay, so we're doing Audrey's reading, and then Audrey is the last one so far on tonight's list. If you would like a reading before the end of my live tonight, a 2-card reading is a swan gift. If you're a subscriber, you get a 2-card reading free every time I'm live, and you don't have to gift. Tomorrow night is my free readings night. Be warned, it does get hectic on a free reading, because everybody waits for a Tuesday or a Thursday free night so that they can get a free reading. Sadly, because it's so hectic, not everybody manages to get a free reading. Free readings night on a Tuesday and a Thursday. For a free non-subscriber reading, you get 1 free card. If you're a subscriber, you get 2 cards. You will always get a 2-card reading as a subscriber, and the 2-card readings are always free as subscribers. So that's kind of how I roll here on TikTok. Also, Saturday night is subscriber only free readings. So the live is only broadcast to subscribers only. So if you're not a subscriber, you won't get to see that live. So that's kind of how, hello everyone, that's kind of how my lives work. Hello Mama, welcome. Okay, so Audrey, your first moon card, bring love into the situation. Bring love into the situation is your first card. The second card, a fiery climax is approaching. All right. So with any fiery climax, bringing love into the situation is going to add water to put the flame out, right? Sometimes I'm going to start with the fiery climax because that's the one that I'm drawn to start with. And it's the full moon in Aries, whereas the other one is a new moon. So I feel that there is a lot of negativity going on around you just now, not caused by you directly, but caused by others around you. And sometimes that negativity can't be seen by yourself, right? That negativity could be stirred. The fuel could be being stirred by somebody in your friend circle that is trying to do the Chinese whisper thing, right? They're coming to you as a friend, but they're kind of stirring the cauldron behind your back type of thing. I just feel there's a lot of unease with others around you. I don't know if that makes sense or whether you can actually sense that yourself. Hello, Sophie. Lovely to see you. Welcome. But I just feel there's a lot of unease and, or a lot of uncertainty and a lot of just not feeling like something is right. I also feel that you're holding something from the past and bringing it into the present and possibly into the future. Because we've got the new moon in Aquarius. The new moons are always about letting go of the negative and to make way for better things to come. Too many times we bring the past and we hold grudges. We get hurt in the past and we bring that hurt into the present and into the future, and we find it really difficult to forgive and really difficult to let go, if that makes sense. Oh, I'm so glad this resonates, right? So this card is basically saying, you know, you're trying to be the peacemaker here. You're trying to put out the flames. You're trying to say your point of view, right? You're trying to bring in the truth, because I feel there's a lot of untruths going around, right? Loose tongues and all of that, right? And you know what? Throughout life, we meet these type of people, don't we? You know, the ones that come to us as friends, but they're busy twisting the knife in and trying to twist things and make you out to be some kind of villain so that they can look better. If that, it makes them look better and you look worse. Well, firstly, shame on the ones that listen to the tittle-tattlers, right? Because they're missing out on a wonderful person. They're missing out on getting to know the real Audrey, not the Audrey that people are trying to paint a picture of, right? I've been judged in the past by others that don't even know me, right? And yet they'll judge me from the first time I meet them. Oh, you're that woman that did this and did that and did the next thing. Until they find out someday along the line that I wasn't the one that did that. It was actually my ex that did that, right? But we always get somebody coming into our lives that judge us on somebody else's say-so, that judge us on somebody else's opinion of us, right? Just because somebody else doesn't like us, they decide that everybody else shouldn't like us, right? Ultimately, in a realistic world, if somebody comes into our lives and says, oh, don't listen to her, or don't listen to him, or stay away from him, he's bad news, or stay away from her, he's bad news, and you don't know that person, if you decide, okay, I'll take your advice, I'll stay away from them, I'll believe you, they're a bad person, right? How awful would you feel if you ignored that person and then later on in life you find that that person's actually the quite opposite. They're loving, they're caring, and yet they've been pretty much crapped on from a height by this one person who's influencing others by sharing untrue opinions about yourself. And I feel that this is what's going on around you. Yeah, and that can happen, you know, even though this is Audrey's reading, it can relate to so many people in this room. Because we all have these type of people at some point in all of our lives that do that. They will influence and turn people against you. And you're the last person to know, right? Because they're not going to come and tell you, oh, by the way, I just thought I'd let you know. I've just told X, Y, and Z that you're an awful person. And I've told them to stay away from... They're not going to come and tell you that, are they? So you're always the last person to know. But you feel something is not right. And you just can't pinpoint it. Right? Because the very person or the very people that are tittle-tattling about you are coming to you as a friend, taking advice or taking information, right? Because what do we do with our friends that we trust? Even though we don't realise that they are traitors. When we've got a problem that we are struggling with, we tell them. So what do? They use that problem as a weapon against you, right? So if you're saying to a friend, I'm worried about my partner, I don't know if he's cheating on me, right? They might be friends with your partner. They might even be the person that's cheating on them. Or, you know, on cheating him with you. You don't know that, right? I had a good example of that is I had a best friend for 27 years, or I thought she was my best friend for 27 years when I was with my ex. Right? I met her at the same school as my daughter, that I sent my daughter, which happened to be the same school that my ex went to when he was a child, right? And my best friend happened to be married the week before I was married, on the year that I was married, right? Never put the two together, that actually it was my ex's friend, that my ex got her to meet me, right, to be my best friend. So what do you do with your best friend? You tell them about the abuse you're going through, right? And they listen and they smile and then they accept everything you're telling them. And then you're wondering why your husband knows what's going on, right? Because he drops hints that he knows, right? So he's kind of saying, you know, oh, you think I'm really evil, don't you? Blah, 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 blah. Well, no, I don't. Well, yeah, you do, because somebody told me. And you're wondering, who told you? Who did I tell? It can't be my best friend because I trust her wholly. And it wasn't until I left that marriage that my friend was trying to get me not to divorce him. My best friend knew that I was going through 30 years of abuse and yet didn't want me to split up with him. Didn't want me to divorce him. That didn't make any sense. And as time went on, I realised that she was on his side all along. She was actually spying for him. So when I was seeing my current fiancé behind his back, planning my escape route, what did she do? She went and told my ex. The night before I left him, my ex decided to drug my coffee. Almost took my life. Luckily, whatever he put in my coffee wasn't enough to kill me. But I managed to escape the next day. But how did he know that? Because of a fake friend. So that's just an example of what people can come into our lives and actually do. And we have no idea that they're actually doing that. We may feel or we may get a sense that something's wrong, something doesn't feel right. And when that happens, it's a case of like, okay, let's put the past behind us. Let's write down all the negative things that have happened in my life. Who caused the negativity? Out of all my friends and family circle, even family can be enemies. Who caused that negativity? Right, on the new moon, I'm cutting them out of my life. I'm done. Right? That's going to cause a fiery conclusion. It's going to cause a fiery outcome, right? Because the last thing a negative person wants is you to cut them out of their life. That means they've lost control of you. That means they're losing. Hell no, right? There's going to be a fiery outcome because of you cutting ties, right? You cutting ties is putting the water on that. And it's finding your freedom and it's finding your peace of mind. And it's the full moon. So it's letting go of those negative people and negative things that no longer serve you. Yes, it's going to cause ripples, right? And those that are hurting you are going to absolutely loathe you for it, right? Because that's the last thing they want. But when you release the negative people and allow the positive ones in, the positive ones will stand by you, right? And the negative ones, they'll rage for a little while, but eventually they'll go and try and control somebody else. It is hard work. Hello, Nan Nan. Yay, we have Nan Nan in the building. Just in time to get a card, Nan Nan. Hello, hello. Yeah, it is hard work. It's hard work. Do you know what? Every so often I go through my friends list on Facebook and I go through my followers list on TikTok as well. And I do a clear out. Who's interacted with me? Who's followed me? Who's followed me back? Who has, liked all my stuff and not liked my stuff? Who has a genuine account? Who has fake accounts? And I get rid of all the fakes, all the negative Nancys, all the ones that are that don't serve my purpose. And I do that on Facebook as well. I remember when I was on Facebook doing readings, I had about 200 to 300 friends on my friends list. I have now got less than 150 friends on my friends list. I let go half of that because I realised that half of them were fake friends. Some of those fake friends were even spies for my ex, right? And they were plotting and planning against me because of the stuff that I put on Facebook, etc. Or they would report everything that I was doing on Facebook to try and get my Facebook account closed down, including my daughter. My daughter reported when I first left my ex, my daughter, who's very much an abuser herself, she followed in her dad's footsteps, sadly, which is why we don't talk. But the first year that I got away from my ex, my daughter reported my Facebook account and got mass people to report it, right? She got all her dad's side, which they were all abusers. Everything that I posted on Facebook, they reported it, right? 4 times I lost my Facebook account. The 4th time I lost it the 3rd time I lost it for good. And I had to just... Facebook just would not reinstate my account. And I did nothing wrong. They just went on the words of all of these negative people. So I changed my Facebook. I tightened my security. I went private for a long time. My account was private. My profile photo was private. And they had less chance. And I changed all my settings. All my passwords get changed on a regular basis. My email got changed. Everything. It was a completely a new start. And even today, they still try and send fake accounts into my Facebook. But unless I know that person really, really well, they don't get in. They can see my Mystic Witch Facebook page. That's a public page. But all they're going to see there is my readings. And, you know, they won't want to watch my readings because I expose them in all my readings. I will speak out, just like I'm doing just now, against them all. And I will show them up for who they are. You know, my daughter even moved from Kirkcaldy in Fife to Kennaway because I knew she stayed in Kirkcaldy in Fife. But I also now know where she's staying. She stays in Kennaway in Scotland. And I pity all those with children in Kennaway, because my daughter's a child abuser, so is her partner. So I will expose them every single time, right? Because child abuse is just something that I'm just totally against. No child should be abused, any way, shape or form. So the moral or the whole sync of your reading tonight is, you know, be a peacemaker, be true to yourself, but also the cards that you have, bring love into situation, be you, right? You're a lovely person just the way that you are, right? Let go of the negativity. That's a lower vibration. Girl, you are not staying at a lower vibration, you are rising to the top. It's time to rise and leave all the negative Nancys at the bottom. Yes, they're going to rave about it. Yes, they're going to scream and shout about it. Let them scream and shout about it. Their actions, their words brought that outcome, right? They have to live with it. As for you, you deserve better. Future's bright. So between now and the next new moon, write down all the things and all the people you want to release in your life. And then on the new moon, release it, let it go. And then on the full moon, positive affirmations. Cut out, now that you've cut everybody that's negative out of your life, keep only the positive ones and keep that positive outlook. Hello, hello. To get a 2-card reading, it is a swan gift. Yeah, I'm the same. That's why I never do my lives. I actually had somebody message me and saying, why did you stop doing live readings on Facebook? One, it's a negative platform. No, thank you. When I joined TikTok have got the best people on this planet. Don't get me wrong, you still get a few negative Nancys on TikTok, right? But it's a lot easier to just delete and remove them on TikTok than it is on Facebook. I still have my Mystic Witch public page on Facebook because a lot of people still need a medium or a Reiki master for healing or guidance. And I still have my subscription group, and I also have my laundry group, which is pure laundry sheets, because I'm totally against using plastic bottles, plastic containers. I tend to use the fabric sheets that you just take the laundry sheet and it dissolves in the water, and it comes in plastic. It comes in cardboard packaging or paper packaging, which is recyclable far better than having a load of plastics. Even my cleaning products are sheets that dissolve in water. So I use one plastic bottle that I top up every time it's empty with cleaning solution. Yep, definitely. Oh, wow. Somebody, okay. Let's see if I can see who that is. Okay, Me Link sent the swan. Thank you for the swan. I'll put you on the list. So we've got Nana and Me Link for 2 cards. Okay, thank you for coming back, Audrey. I'm glad you got those 2 cards and I hope they resonate. But yeah, I love my laundry. Let me go and show you them. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, these are my washing powder. This is my washing powder. It's paper, right? This is the earth grease. It's paper. And when you take the packet out, this is my laundry. That's it. Smells fresh. I got they have a fragrant free one and they have a light fragrant one. I chose the light fragrant one. So they are very thin because there's 2 stuck together. So they're very soft. They kind of feel like leathery, but that's solid washing powder, right? There's no plastics in this whatsoever. And you can either fold it up like this and put it in the drawer of your, the powder drawer of your washing machine, or you can just put the whole sheet straight into the drum. The powder dissolves in the washing machine with the water. No plastics, no waste, not harmful. It's a natural product in this, so even if it gets into the water system, it's not going to pollute the water system or sea life, etc. So there's no waste because this just completely dissolves in water. Once the packet is finished, you can rip up the packet, bury it in the compost heap to help grow your plants because it's biodegradable, or you can put it in the paper bin and it just gets recycled in the paper bin. That's how thin the packets are. You get 40 half loads or 20 full loads out of this packet. So if you've got a very small load of washing, you simply just take the sheet and tear it in half. So I think it has little perforations on this somewhere. But I just tear the sheet in half. That does a half load and 1 sheet does a full load. So if you've got a lot of laundry, you just put 1 whole sheet in. If you've only got a little bit, you just use half a sheet. I find I don't even need to use fabric softener because this stuff keeps my clothes soft. Does it clean your clothes? Yes. I had doubts when I first got these, but it cleans my clothes and it leaves them feeling fresh. What about doing your cleaning? Again, there's my cleaners, my surface cleaners. Does both bathrooms, floors, everything else like that. Again, look how thin it is. No plastic bottles, no waste. So what do you do with this? Again, when you take this out, oops, let me just grab one. That's my surface cleaner, or my floor cleaner, or my bathroom cleaner, right? I simply get a bottle or a jar or a jug, put this in water, dissolve it, and pour it into your empty cleaning bottle. And then you've got a surface cleaner. Again, it's chemical free, but it does a darn good job with your cleaning. So I got rid of all my cleaning plastic bottles, and I kept one cleaning bottle, and I just refill it every time with one of these sheets. And again, you get 16 sheets out of that. So you get 16 bottles of cleaner. So that's my Facebook group that I've got on there. The link for the Fabri's sheets is on my website as well. I'm an advocate for getting rid of plastics. We've got far too much plastics. And you know, it takes 500 years for one plastic bottle to disintegrate in the earth. That's 500 years. All that plastic chemical is polluting the earth. I'd rather have the sheets. Okay. Okay. So we've got Nana and Me Link. So Nana, what two cards would you like? Moon or Unicorn, or one of each? And Me. Let's have a look. Did we have any other swans? Let me have a look. Me Link. I'm just checking to see if I've missed anything. One of each for Nan Nan. Okay, I don't know if Jenny's still with us. Jenny, is my list up to date while I was going through the cleaning? I've got Nana and Me Link. Is that our last two? Let's do one of each for Nana. Okay, Nats, did you gift a swan? All right, it's a swan gift for a reader, for a 2-card reading. It's a swan gift. But do you know what? I'm gonna, because you gifted the perfume. Yeah. The gift readings is a 2-card reading for a swan. Or if you're a subscriber, you get a 2-card reading free. Oh, right. Who's saying sent? I'm kind of lost this track of conversation. It's a swap. The way that it makes it easier for me. The way that the gift reading works is to get a 2-card reading is a swan, and to get a 2-card free reading, subscribers get a 2-card free reading. It's just easier for me to know then who has gifted for a 2-card reading. Oh, for a question, that's fine. Yeah, if it's a question, I can answer a question. Give me a second till I sort my other parrot out. Okay, we got one noisy parrot and one quiet one in the corner there. Yeah, but yeah, for questions, you don't have to gift for a question. If I get round to seeing your question, I will certainly answer your question. Okay. Okay. Is your when you're saying your boyfriend come to you, are you asking if your boyfriend is your boyfriend in spirit first and foremost? First and foremost, is your boyfriend in spirit, or is he still on the earth plane? Okay. Will your boyfriend come back to you if you've broken up? Ultimately, I would love to say yes, he would, but ultimately, Spirit are very reluctant to answer whether somebody will come back to you or not, because that's a free will. It goes against somebody's free will. It's the same with the question that somebody's just asked. Will my partner make me go and move country, etc., or move to Italy or wherever, right? Firstly and foremost, we should never force anyone to do anything against our free will, right? That's a definite no-no. If you are saying, will he force me to go, right? That's a red flag right there. right? Because if he loves you at all, he will compromise. He will say, right, what do you want to do? Do you want to stay here or do you want to move country? If he's not giving you that choice and he's saying you're coming whether you like it or not, that's a red flag, right? And maybe you should rethink the relationship, right? Nobody should force anyone to do something against their will. It's the same as if somebody walks out of our life or a relationship breaks up. Even though you love that person with all your heart, if that person no longer loves you or has fallen out of love with you and it hasn't worked and they've chosen another, to walk away or another life, despite all of your love for that person, if that person truly doesn't want to come back, there's nothing on this earth that will make him. And a lot of people will say, well, I know witches that will cast spells to bring him back. Please be careful around witches that offer spells to bring a loved one back. Okay, I'm a witch, an old elder crone traditional witch myself. Such spells end badly, right? And I've heard so many people say, oh, this witch cast a spell and now we're together and we're happy. She forced him to, she cast a spell to force him to love me again. But let me tell you, spells and curses are only short-lived, right? They fade away. And when that curse or when that spell fades, that person then sees you how he or she saw you when that caused the breakup. And instead of fixing the relationship, what actually happens is the person that was forced to come back actually starts to hate the person that forced them to come back in the first place. I've seen it happen so many times with curses and spells to bring loved ones back. So my advice to anyone that is going to black magic, voodoo, or a witch who offers love spells to bring their loved ones back, please avoid them at all costs. They come with a huge price tag, and it never ends positively for either party. Just because it goes against the universal law of attraction, and also it goes against human free will. Okay. So, I can't answer whether he will come back to you, right? Spirit can't answer that because the only person that will know that is him himself, all right? And ultimately it's his choice. If he chooses not to, then he chooses not to. If it's his choice to come back to you, he will. But Spirit won't answer that particular question. They won't give you a definite yes or a no on that one. Okay, I'm going to carry on with Nana's reading. Okay, so let's... Now, Nana, am I right in thinking, just to make sure, is it 2 moon cards that you wanted? Because I kind of lost track there. Let me just go back up, just to see. Oh, one of each. Got it. It's one of each. Okay. So let's do one of each for Nana. Okay, so we've got one moon card. Let's shuffle the unicorns. But yeah, all questions are free for a yes-no question kind of thing. You don't have to gift for a question, but priority does go to the ones that have gifted for a reading or subscribers. And there are some questions, especially relationship or pregnancy questions, that Spirit will just not answer. Oh, it's not a problem. Don't worry. I don't mind you asking. Okay. Let me just carry on with Nana's reading so that I don't get distracted and get taken off key. I usually focus on my readings. So when I'm shuffling cards or about to do a reading, please hold comments so that I can focus on the reading at hand. Okay. So your moon card, meditate and contemplate, Nana. Meditate and contemplate. And your unicorn card, spiritual warrior. Okay, so you've got the spiritual warrior card. So I'm going to start with the spiritual warrior. Show you are a true leader and command the universe, which kind of goes hand in hand with meditate and contemplate, right? A lot of the time we think our bad luck is down to curses, spells, etc., or we're just born unlucky, right? The truth couldn't be further from the truth, is what these cards are saying. We are powerful spiritual beings, and our mind is a very powerful tool. And with that mind, we can demand of the universe the things that we desire in life. But very few people realize or know how to use our mind to demand the universe to bring us what we need in our life, to manifest the things that we want. We settle for second best every time. We lead with negative thinking, negative thoughts and negative words. And then we wonder why everything is so negative. The universe is like a mirror. If we ask positive things from the universe, they're going to give us positive things back. If we ask for negative things or we think negatively, the universe is going to mirror that and give us negative thinking back. So if we tell ourselves, I want a dream job, but I'm not good enough. I want more money, but I can't find a job. Nobody's going to hire me. Nobody's going to do this. Woe is me. All of that, right? Then the universe hears, okay, you don't like your job. Okay, you can't find that job. And you're not really wanting, I'm not hearing, I desire this job and I'm going to go for this job. All I'm hearing is I can't get this job and I can't do this and I can't do that. So the universe is going to give us more of the same, right? But what if we change that? What if we turned around and said, do you know what? I haven't got a job just now and I haven't got very much money just now. But you know what? The little money that I've got just pays the bills. I've still got food on the table, a roof over my head. And I'm alive today. That's a blessing. As for a job, that will come when it comes. And if I really want a job, what type of job do I want? Am I qualified for it? Etc. So you start making an action plan for the things that you want, the things that you desire in life. But thinking negatively and thinking, I don't deserve this, I'm just unlucky, I'm just going to accept that I'm unlucky, right? The universe is just going to say, well, that's what you accept, that's what we'll give you, will make your life unlucky. Whereas if we lead with positive thinking, okay, for example, I want to be a nurse. Well, what do I need to... Okay, if I want to be a nurse, what do I have to do? 1, have I got the qualifications to be a nurse? No. So I'm going to have to apply to nursing college. So you apply for nursing college and you get in. And then you work hard throughout that nursing college to get your placements and to get your certificates, right? And to get the qualifications that you need to be a nurse. So once you've got your qualifications, you then have to apply to different hospitals to get that full-time job. So it's step-by-step positive action plans. You're not just sitting there thinking, I'd like that job, but I'm not going to, I can't be bothered going to university, I can't be bothered studying, I can't be bothered doing that. I don't see any other job that requires very little effort from me, so I'm just going to accept that I'm unlucky. But if it's in your heart to do something, you'll take that idea and you'll run with it. And you'll say, right, okay, if I want this, I'm going to make it work. I'm going to go to nursing college. I'm going to get my degrees. I'm going to get the ideal placement. And then if I want to get promotion and go to matron or to sister, then I'm going to work my way up the ladder as well. The only obstacle in anyone's way of being successful or getting the things that they desire in life is you. It all starts and ends with you, right? We can't go and blame everybody and anybody for our failings, right? We have to change our own luck. And we have to do that by meditating, contemplating, manifesting, and going out and getting it. Telling the universe, this is a job I want, it's in my heart to do it, I'm going to put in all the hard work, and I ask the universe to give me the job that I desire. That's just one example. Might not be a job, it might be a new house, it might be a new car, it might be to travel the world, it might be to go on holiday, to get married, whatever, right? Whatever it is that you desire in life, you can get it. I always say there's several steps to manifestation, to manifest anything that we want and to command the universe for what we want, which is being the spiritual warrior, right? You have to take charge of your own life, show you're a true born leader and command the universe. Be strong enough to stand alone. Be strong enough to be that leader, right? To be a proper leader, you have to go against the status quo. You have to be the wolf leading, sheep follow other sheep, right? Right? It's so easy to be a follower than a leader, but it takes guts, strength, determination, and true grit and hard work to be a leader. And that's why people follow leaders, right? Why do I get so many followers, right? If people didn't like my advice or my guidance, they wouldn't stay and listen to my readings. And don't get me wrong, some people don't like my readings, some people don't like the way I work, and that's okay too, because I'm just happy being me. I will always speak my truth, and I will always speak my honesty, and I will always give what my spirit guides show me. But I also know through being a light worker that the best way to get anything that you want in this life is to first and foremost count your blessings every day, right? be grateful for the things that you do have already, even if it's not a lot. So I'm grateful for waking up today, because many people didn't. I'm grateful for a roof over my head, money to pay my bills and to buy food, because there are so many people in this world that have no shelter, no food and no money, and have to rely on charity in order to survive. So I'm lucky and blessed that I've got that. Might not be much, but it's more than other people have got. If you're a driver, I'm lucky to have a car. It might be a putt-putt car, right? It could break down any minute, but it gets me to A to B. So I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for the friends and family that support me as much as I support them. So you start the day with gratitude. The universe says, do you know what? This lady hasn't got a lot, but what little she's got, she's grateful for. So we're going to give her more of the same. So they're going to give you more money. They're going to give you opportunities coming your way, new jobs, new whatever coming your way, right, to help you on that path, because you're already grateful for the things that you have, not demanding, not just asking for the things that you don't have, right? So you're working from heart and gratitude, love and gratitude. The next step is manifesting what you want. See it in your mind's eye. So say it was the nursing job. Visualize yourself going to college, working the 3 years or however long it takes to get that degree. See yourself getting that degree, holding that degree in your hand. Now at this point of visualization, take notice of your feelings. How are you feeling? Probably excited, right? Because you've got that, all that hard work has paid off. You've got the certificate in your hand. You can now go into any nursing job, right? And you can get it because you've worked hard to get that. That's going to make you feel so excited, right? Hold that excitement. And visualize that excitement and the feeling every single day. Every time you think about those goals, see it in your mind's eye and feel it. I always say, see it, feel it, bring it, right? Because your thoughts is energy. So when you're putting your thoughts and feelings out there, you're saying, this is what I see for myself. This is what I'm demanding that you bring to me. And then with that, you put in a plan every day. Applying for that nursing college, getting that degree, and then applying for your dream nursing job. It works every single time. Every time I'm short of money or whatever, I manifest. I say to the universe, I'm going to work hard. I'm a light worker, I'm a star seed, I'm a medium and a healer. That's what I live to do. And every night I'm going to show up, and every night I'm going to help so many people. I may not have much, but I've got my knowledge and I've got my wisdom and I've got that to share. And, you know, I've met some beautiful, beautiful people here on TikTok doing that. So all my work, all my hard work, all my manifestation, all my meditation, I've seen me, you know, helping so many people. And I have, over the years, helped so many people. So meditation and thinking about what you want, seeing it, feeling it, bringing it, along with positive daily affirmation, is going to get you to be where you are. That is a true sign of a spiritual warrior. So if you've been sitting thinking, things aren't going my way, or maybe I'm just meant to have bad luck, change that, right? You're more powerful than you think. It's time for you to stand in your own light and demand the things that you want. Tell the universe what you desire. Not necessarily what you want, but what you desire. And at the same time, let the universe know the things that you're grateful for having in your life already. Right? I'm grateful for having an autistic son, because he's a blessing to me, even though he struggles. I'm grateful that I escaped abuse and found my soulmate, and we're getting married this year. I'm grateful that I've still got my mum's birds, because they're a part of my mum that still lives on in our lives. I'm grateful that I woke up this morning. All of these kind of things. We don't tell ourselves enough how happy or how grateful we are for the things. We don't see the things that we have. We just see the things that we want. But it all starts with counting your blessings, being grateful for the little things that you already have in your life that so many people don't. And then taking it that next step. It's little tiny baby steps, and it's tiny positive baby steps that's going to get you there. So Nana, I hope that advice helps. Thank you for the follows. Thank you, Sophie. Oh, bless. Well, yeah. Yeah, do you know, each to their own, right? I follow the gods and goddesses. Some people follow Jesus. Some people follow God. Some people follow, other deities, etc. Each to their own. There is no right or there is no wrong path. Follow your heart, follow your beliefs. I may not believe in Jesus because that's not my path, right? But I do believe in the gods and the goddesses. That's my path. But I respect everybody else's path. It's finding what works for you. So I hope, I'm glad that has resonated with you, Nana. There's nothing on this, yes, you've had a hellish past. You can change that around now. You can be your own leader, your own master, right? It just takes a little bit of doing things differently, right? And if you need any more advice on that, please message me. If you need step-by-step guidance into how to manifest, how to bring things into your life to get from negative, which is the low energy, to a higher energy. As a subscriber, my inbox is always open, either here or on Facebook. And I'm more than happy just to spend time breaking it down bit by bit for you. Yep. Yep, I'm an elder crone, so yeah, triple goddess, mother, maiden, mother, and crone. But I'm an elder crone as well, because I'm a maiden, mother, and crone, and elder crone, because I'm a grandmother. So yeah, and I've lived many past lives as well. So that's kind of the path that I lead. Maiden, mother, and crone. Yep, I'm a triple moon god. How did you know I work with the moon? I am a triple moon goddess. I'm a star seed, the universe. Child of the universe, that's me. Okay. We've got Me Link next. And I think Me Link is the last reading of the night, if I'm not mistaken. Sophie my readings night's tomorrow. You don't have to gift, sweetheart. It's a free readings night. Tuesdays and Thursdays are not gift readings. They are free. I'm here at 9 p.m. UK time tomorrow or 3 p.m. CST time. My schedules for my readings are on my profile. So join me tomorrow, Sophie. You'll get a free reading, sweetheart. Yay, me link. What would you like? Moon card, unicorn, or one of each. You can have 2 moon, 2 unicorns, or one of each. Two moons. You've got it, sweetheart. Okay, let's choose 2 moon cards for me link. Now, me link so far is the last reading of the night, unless we get another swan for a read, because I think we've done all of the subscribers. So me link is the last reading on tonight's list. If you'd like to get in at the last minute for a 2 card reading and you're not a subscriber, it is 1 swan gift for a 2 card read. Tomorrow night is free readings, so you can join me tomorrow night and you don't have to gift a thing. If you're a non-subscriber, you get a 1 card reading on a free night, and if you're a subscriber, you get a 2. All the information's on my profile. I've got the new schedule up on my profile page today. Okay, let's shuffle these cards for me link. It's a swan gift to get a 2 card reading. If it's a free reading that people are looking to get a free reading, if it's helpful, I do free readings on a Tuesday and a Thursday evening. Monday, Wednesday and Friday are a swan gift reading. Unless you're a subscriber, and then subscribers get a 2 card reading free every time I go live. I think my little bird is fallen asleep behind us. He must be soothing with the readings tonight. But he's a lot happier being in here, I think, than he was when he was through the other room. Bless him. Okay, me link for the 2 moon cards. Wow, bring love into the situation has come back out for your reading, and step out of your comfort zone. It's time to step out of your comfort zone. It's time to believe in yourself, right? It's safe and warm in that comfort blanket, right? Because it's safe and warm deciding to stay where you are and not to do drastic changes in your life, right? Because change is scary. Coming out of the normal is scary. Dare to be different, dare to do something different, or dare to reach for the stars, reach for our goals and our dreams and our desires is scary, because it requires us to come out of that comfort blanket. It requires us to make changes, right? And it might require, those changes might require meeting new people, That in itself can be scary, right? So I feel that there's things that you would really, really love to do in your life, but there's a lot of obstacles you're putting in the path, right? How many times, for example, do we say, I'd like to do this in life, but what if I fail? Or I'd like to really be able to go and study, but what if I'm not good at it? What if I can't do this? Or you'll look at something and think, oh, there's way too many qualifications for me to go ahead and do this, so I'll not bother. I'll just stay in the norm because it's safe here. It's safe not taking that plunge, if that makes sense. Yeah, right? And you constantly say, I'm not worthy of this. I'm not good enough to do this, right? And you might ask other people's advice and they might say, you're right, you're not good enough to do that, right? Why do people put us off? Why do people so negatively put us off and destroy our confidence? I'll tell you why. Because they know if you come out of your comfort zone and you reach for your dreams and your goals, and you tell yourself, I can and I will get to where I want to be because it's in my heart to do for, and I don't care what anybody else thinks, right? Of course other people are going to judge you for that, right? Because they don't want you to rise up and leave them on the ground. They want to keep you grounded with them. They don't want to see you succeed and they fail, right? But here's the thing, it's not about them. It never was about them. It's about me, Link. It's not about what they feel is right for you or wrong for you. It's about what you feel is right and wrong for you. And let me tell you, there is nothing, absolutely nothing in this universe that you can't do, right? The only obstacle in your path is you and self-doubt. Stop self-doubting, right? I always say if an idea comes into your mind, whether it's a new job, whether it's a new career, whether it's leaving an old job behind and trying something new, whether it's going into adult learning, right? Sometimes we feel we can't do that because it's like going back to school as an adult. And we feel, some people get nervous about that, right? But millions and millions of people go to late learning, right? They go to night classes. They go to universities. They go to school as adults. And there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, there's everything right with that. We should never stop learning, and we should never stop and limit ourselves to what we can do and what we can achieve. Oh no, keep tapping. Tapping the screen is good. If you tap the screen, lots of hearts go flying everywhere. We love tap, tap, tapping the screen because when you tap, tap, tap the screen, lots of lovely hearts go everywhere. And you boost the likes. So tap, tap, tap away. It's fine. So let's start with the bring love into the situation, right? First of all, stop caring about what other people think of you and what you should do, what you should wear, and what you should say, right? Stop allowing other people to belittle you, to tell you you're not worthy of this, or you're not good enough, right? Their opinions are their opinions. They belong to them, not you. It starts with me, Link. It starts with me, Link, looking in the mirror every morning and saying, do you know what? The universe made me perfect, just the way I am. I'm beautiful. I'm strong. I'm worthy of love. And I'm worthy to love. I love who I am. And I'm not going to be you know, I'm not going to be sorry for who I am, because I know that the universe made everyone perfect just the way they are. We're all different. We're all unique, right? If you see a one-off painting, right, there is no other painting like it, right? It's a masterpiece. It's a unique piece of art. The painter only does one of them and never repeats it. That's a one-off. That's a unique, beautiful work of art that can never be repeated. There's only one of its kind, right? People that design clothes, they may make one design and never copy it. That's a unique design. The universe is a unique designer. It's a unique masterpiece. Every human being in this world is different from the rest. That's a hell of a lot of walking, talking masterpieces. So why shouldn't we love the masterpiece that we are? We are made. We are one of a kind. We are unique. We are beautiful. And we are strong. Why? What is there not to love about that? Right? I look in the mirror and I say, you know what? I love who I am. Because who I am is who I want to be. And I've had people hate me. I've had people love me. I've had people, a bit of both. And I'm okay with either that. The people that don't love me, they can walk on. I wish them well with their life. That's fine if I'm not their cup of tea, right? They may not be my cup of tea. We're not supposed to like everybody and love everybody in this world. But one thing I do know is that it starts with self-love. You can't possibly love everybody else if it doesn't start with you. So every day tell yourself, I am beautiful, I am strong, I am worthy, I can do this, I can get whatever I want. Bring love into the situation. Love is the highest energy. When you work with self-love, when you work with only love and positivity, you're way up in the stars. When you work with ego, when you work with negative thinking, when you work with jealousy, anger, when you work with worry, all of that, negative worry, you're working at a lower vibration. You're never going to rise if you're going to work at a lower vibration. You're only going to rise if you're going to be working up here. And to get up here, you need to first and foremost realize that you are one of a kind in the whole of, not just on the earth, but in the universe. There is only one you. What's there not to love about a walking, working work of art? Everything, right? Once you realize that actually, I am happy just who I am. And if people don't like who I am, they can just jog on. Bye, Felicia. The door is that way. I'll wish you luck and I'll carry on being me, because who I am, being me, is who I'm supposed to be. And I won't apologise for it. And the right people that love me will stay in my life, and the people that don't will walk away by themselves. And that's okay too. So once you start loving yourself unconditionally, then it's time to do the hard work, stepping out of your comfort zone, realising that if you want something, the universe has got your back. Tell yourself you can rather than I can't. Tell yourself you will succeed rather than you will fail. Tell yourself at first, if I fail, failure is not the end. If at first I don't succeed, I will keep trying because I will get there. A bit like what I was saying earlier on in the reading earlier on. If you want something, we have to vision us getting it in our head. Visualize what you want. Imagine you getting what you want. So visualize, if it was a dream job, for example, see yourself applying for that job. And then you get a letter for the interview. How do you feel when you get that letter in your hand? So you're imagining it as if you've already got it. So you imagine getting that interview letter in your hand. You then prepare for the interview by writing down everything that you're darn good at, and you do not second doubt yourself. Again, when you're selling yourself for a job, etc., it's not what I might be good at. You sock it to them. You basically say, I've got the qualifications for this job. I've got the people power for this job. I can communicate well with people. I'm dedicated at my work. What I don't know, I will learn, because learning is something that I love to do. And sell yourself as the most amazing person. That gets you the job. But going in and thinking, well, I don't really have the qualifications, but that's okay. If you don't want to hire me, I don't mind, right? How negative does that sound, right? Or not being prepared for your interview by writing down the things that you are good at, and suddenly you've got somebody sitting beside you and they're saying, what are you good at? And you're thinking, well, I'm not quite sure. Let me think about that, right? A future employee will see that there's lack of confidence there, right? This person hasn't prepared. This person's heart isn't in the job because they're not passionate about it. It's a bit like coming on TikTok. I've been doing readings on Facebook for many, many years, and suddenly my friend told me, try TikTok, because Facebook's very quiet, which it was. I was getting very little likes or follows or anything on Facebook. I was petrified to come onto TikTok. That was a new format. That was a new social media platform. And I thought, do you know what? I'll do my card of the day. I won't do lives, I'll just do cards of the day. And I started doing my cards, started off by doing a card a day, little tiny 3-minute videos. Then I got my 1,000 followers. And again, my friend was at me and saying, you should go live. You should really go live. That's going to get you noticed with more people. You've got such a wonderful gift. Again, I was petrified. Go live in front of thousands of strangers. It's all right on it's all right on Facebook. I've a small circle of friends. I can do that. But come live on a TikTok in front of thousands of people? Not me. And a blind woman coming live doing readings on TikTok? Not me. Right? But she never gave up on me. She never gave up believing in me. And she says, give it a try. At least give it a try. And I remember doing my first live on TikTok. Let me tell you, I was a bag of nerves. It might not have shown on the video, but I was a bag of nerves. And trying to keep up with all the comments was very difficult. Trying to see the comments was another obstacle that I had to overcome. So I had to get a bigger tablet so that I was able to see the comments just by looking closely at the screen. Then people started writing in capitals. That made it a little bit easier for me to read the comments when they understood that this lady was blind, but yet here she was giving readings and trying to see small print. People were quite happy to do capital letters when I was doing readings. Suddenly I came out of my comfort zone, no matter how scary it was. Months on, here I am every night doing TikTok readings. That was it's always been my life plan, to help others through my readings, through my healing, through my counselling, through my advice. And you can't reach the whole world out with social media. And I knew the only way that I could do that, the only way I could reach more and more people, was to go live and to be out there. This is the same with yours. It's time to step out of your comfort zone. Stop telling yourself you're not good enough. Stop telling yourself you're not worthy enough. Because I'm going to tell you this. You are stronger than you think. You deserve the best that life can give you. You are more than enough. Just exactly who you are. You do not need anybody's permission to go and shine bright. Right? You deserve to light up the world. And you deserve to show your beautiful colours to the world. Right? And yes, it's scary to do that. Yes, it's scary to go out on your comfort blanket. But let me tell you, see, when you actually come out of your comfort blanket and you take that first step, and then the second step, and then the third step, and you trust the universe will give you exactly what you want, it gets easier. You might still have those times in your life that is nervous doing things that you've never done before. But dig deep with that inner strength and you get there, because I believe in you. Right? Because it's in your heart to do something. If you've got dreams, if you've got goals, don't allow anyone to stop you from reaching those dreams and goals, including yourself. Don't put obstacles in your path where there is no obstacles. Right? Whatever it is you're dreaming of, make a practical plan. Start tomorrow. Right, this is what I want to do. So I'm going to make a plan. So for example, if it's a new job and you haven't got qualifications for it, where do I get those qualifications? College or university? Okay, tomorrow I'm going to apply for a college course or a university. That's step one, right? Then you get accepted. So step two is going and sticking with it. Learning the skills and the degrees that you need. Step three, you've got that certificate. You've got there with all that hard work and you did it yourself. All by yourself, right? Because you're worthy of doing that. You're stronger than you think. And then with those qualifications, well, the world is your oyster. You can choose, you've got the choice of any job because you're qualified to do it. You apply for the job, you prepare your interview speech because you're going to tell them how amazing you are and that you're the right person for the job because you spent X amount of years studying for that job, and then you go for it. I believe that you can get to where you want to be. The universe is believing in you because the universe is saying, it's time to step out your comfort zone. It's time to be brave. And it's time to believe in your awesome self. You're beautiful, you're strong, you're a unique working piece of art that you can do anything that you want. You just have to be strong enough and demand the universe to give you it. So I hope that this has helped you. No more self-doubt. These are gift readings. Okay, Jenny, do we have any more readings that I've missed? I think we've got everybody on the list that wanted a reading tonight. I'm pretty sure we have. Now, tomorrow I am back at 9 p.m. UK time, 3 p.m. CST time, or thereabouts. I always say 9 p.m. Sometimes I'm a bit earlier than that. Sometimes I'm a little bit later than that. As a medium and a Reiki master, my days are pretty busy with private readings or giving somebody advice, and also spending time with my fiance as well, making sure that I've got time for him. But I do try to aim for a 9 p.m.-ish. Everybody gets a free reading tomorrow, whether you're a subscriber or not. Non-subscribers, if they get chosen, it's random readings. If they get chosen for a reading, they get a 1-card reading. Subscribers will always get a 2-card reading, all right, whether it's a gift reading or not. But tomorrow night is my free readings night. So I look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow night. So if you haven't been able to get a reading tonight, join me tomorrow night. Where am I from? I'm from Scotland, UK. Oh, bless. I hope he's okay. Sending healing to your husband. I hope he's okay. If you missed your reading, Nana, it's going to be shared on my Lady Moonlight YouTube channel anyway. So I always share it on there, and I also share it on this. I'll be sharing it in the subscribers group as well. Oh, bless. Well, bless his heart. You know what? I'm glad he's safe, and good on him for avoiding the poor raccoon. I love, you know, I would probably do the same, to be honest. Rather than hit a raccoon, I would try and avoid it, and, you know, but I'm so glad he's okay. But yeah, he would still get a huge fright out of it anyway, but do you know what? Worst case scenario, a car can be fixed, a body can't. So I'm just so glad to hear that your husband is okay. You know, it's true, isn't it? When people get themselves into an accident or whatever else, usually it's trying to do something good, like saving a raccoon. And it's scary. I've been in a car accident myself, and it is scary. You do get flashbacks and stuff like that. But again, thinking positively, one, your husband's okay. Yes, the car may have a few dents or bumps in it, but you know what? We can replace a car. We can fix a car. We can't fix or replace a broken body, or we can fix it, but it would never be the same again. So it's a blessing that your wonderful husband, certainly Spirit were looking after him, watching over him tonight. So I'm glad he's okay. Sending lots of healing and positive vibes to you and your husband. But yeah, for the person that asks, where am I from? I'm from Scotland, UK. Okay, so I'm going to wish everyone a really good Monday evening. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you to all my subscribers and non-subscribers who were able to get a reading. I hope your readings resonated with you, and I hope they helped. That's my aim, is to help everybody in life that I can. All my reading schedules are now on TikTok. If you go to my profile, I have got a pinned post that has new schedule, and you'll see when I'm live, when I'm doing gift readings, free readings, and subscriber only readings. All right. I'm also going to be adding in card of the day every day here on TikTok, so watch this space for tomorrow's card of the day. I'm also bringing back the moon phase, because a lot of people have asked me, can you continue to do the daily moon phases on your profile? Yes, certainly I can. So I'm going to do card of the day and moon phases from tomorrow every day on my profile. Thank you everyone for watching. If you want any more information, feel free to message me, or you can check out my website, which is on my bio here on TikTok. Everything is on my website. My social media links, about my subscriptions, about my readings, about my Reiki healing. Everything about me is, you'll find it all on my website link. So till tomorrow, have a great Monday evening, everyone. Love and bright blessings from me and my little feathered friend in the corner who has been as good as gold all night. That's my little Rio. We're going to say goodnight, and we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow for free readings night. Take care, everyone.